wasn't good enough. I said, hello. Hi, everyone. My name is Renee Bracy Sherman, and guess what? I had an abortion. Who's ready to liberate abortion today? I know we got some friends joining us, right? But you know what? We're going to show them what we're about to make sure everybody has the right and the ability to decide if, when, and how to grow their family on their own terms and what it means to liberate abortion here and around the world. So, if you've had an abortion, let me hear you make some noise. Okay, we're going to get this started because contrary to what some folks say, we have faith. We've got all our faith leaders who are going to open this rally for justice, this rally for racial justice, this rally for abortion liberation. We're about to be blessed with faith leaders from across the country, from all faiths. So get ready. Put your hands together for our clergy.
Good morning. In case you didn't know where you were, this is an abortion rights rally. We are here. We are strong. We will not be silent on issues that matter. And what matters? Abortion matters. Abortion is essential. So this is the day that the Lord has made, and I am rejoicing because Roe v. Wade will stand. Thank you all for being out here. Thank you for coming out, for stepping out, for being a part of faith movement, being a part of the efforts to make sure that abortion is safe and legal and accessible is about our faith, whatever your faith tradition might be. So yes, we want the state legislators to be for Abortion Act. We give thanks to members of Congress who are here to support abortion rights. We give thanks for the Mississippi fighters, to those who are in Mississippi right now, who are before the clinic, who are supporting, who know what is right and what must be the law of the land. And that is Roe v. Wade must stand. So yes, I love the signs. As the balloon says, bands off my body. As it says, my body, my choice. Dignity, humanity, freedom. That's what we are all about when we stand here and pray, when we stand here and believe in our own faith tradition, that this is the right place to be, that this is the right thing to do. And as Genesis 50:20 says, what anti-abortionists, what anti-choice people mean for harm, God means for good. Good morning, y'all. I said good morning. My name is Kenya Martin, and I am the abortion diva. And I'm an abortion storyteller with We Testify. Do we have some abortion storytellers when We Testify here? I see y'all. It's going to be a full day of abortion storyteller. If you had some abortions, make some noise. I am also a board member at the Abortion Care Network, and I used to work as an abortion clinic counselor at the Houston Women's Clinic, an independent abortion clinic. Where my indie providers at? I am also a board member at the Abortion Care Network. Oh, I'm sorry. As I said, I'm the abortion diva. And I'm sure y'all are like, what does that even mean? Well, it means person who has had abortions and is free of any shame or guilt, and empowers others who had abortions through their own abortion experience to get free. So that means I know a lot of y'all are abortion divas too. Where my abortion divas at? Y'all, I'm a mama to an amazing daughter. Literally, I was giving birth 21 years ago today. Today is her 21st birthday, and I am celebrating not breaking her. Where are my mamas at? Here's the thing. Having access to abortions made me a better parent because I was able to parent on my terms. Because truth be told, forced parenting is bullshit. Any mamas who had abortions out there, make some noise. And you know what's fascinating? I'm a former Catholic, and I still believe there is nothing Christian about these abortion bans. Okay? God gives us free will, also known as autonomy. You see, I have a personal relationship with God, okay? He knows about all of my abortions, and he knows that all of them were necessary. I talked to him before and after. He knows that my abortion saved my life, and I am so grateful that I lived to tell this story to you today. So for the judgmental pro-life fake Christians out there, try being pro-mind your business. Can I get an amen? Let me tell y'all a little something. As a mama who has had several abortions, a lover of all things abortion funds, and a cheerleader for independent clinics, I can't front. I'm nervous about what the outcome of the oral arguments will be. I think about people trying to access abortions they need under SB 8 in my home state of Texas, and it breaks my heart for them. What's happening in Texas and Mississippi and across the nation is a real-time preview of what's at stake. The fact that they think they can treat any of us, that they can treat folks who need abortions like this is dead-ass wrong. Let's be clear about who is hurt the most by abortion restrictions and bans. Black, indigenous, and other people of color, queer and trans people, women, immigrants, young people, folks with disability, and all of us working to make ends meet. The freedom to decide if, when to have a child is essential to a person's ability to make personal decisions about their bodies and their futures. It is essential for social, economic, and racial equality in this country. Simply put, abortion bans are racist. Jackson Women's Health Organization is the only abortion clinic left in the state of Mississippi. A ruling to uphold Mississippi ban would gut roast core holding at our right to fundamental decisions about our health, our lives, and our futures. This is some bullshit, truly racist bullshit, and we deserve better. This moment is scary, but it's also an opportunity for us to liberate abortion and make sure everyone is able to have the abortion care they need at any time for any reason. We can build something new. We can create a world where abortion is available, accessible, and a real option for all of us. Speaking of people who make abortion a real option, can I get a shout out for the clinic workers who aren't here because they are providing care right now? Make some noise for they need to hear you in the clinics. These abortion bans impact clinic workers and abortion funders' ability to show up for the people who need them most. We need our clinics. We need our abortion funds. So if you got time, show up for them. Donate to your local abortion fund. Volunteer, take calls on the hotline. Volunteer to be a clinic escort if your clinic has a program. Donate to your local independent abortion provider or keepourclinics.org. to make sure clinics are able to survive this mess. We need y'all to show up. We need y'all to make sure we have clinics to go to when we need our abortions. Okay, I'm about to exit this podium because we got other speakers. But I just want to say to all of you who had abortions that I love you, and whatever your reason for having abortions is the right reason. Whether you had abortion to save your life or because you didn't want to be pregnant after you conceived from having some hot, good sex or not so good sex, your story is valid. Abortion is not our dirty little secret. We did what's best for us, and that's all that matters. And as we say it, we testify, everyone loves someone who had abortions. And it's okay to say we had abortions because we freaking wanted to. Period. This is our moment to liberate abortion. Say it with me. Liberate abortion. Liberate abortion. Liberate abortion. Liberate abortion. Woo! Thank y'all so much. Now let me turn it over to my storytelling buddy, Carly.
Good morning, everyone. How are we doing? Great. My name is Carly, and I come from Charleston, South Carolina. I'm a youth activist with Activists for Youth, and a member of ECHO, engaging communities around HIV organizing. And I'm an abortion storyteller with Youth Testify, a program of We Testify, and Advocates for Youth. ECHO is a collective of young people living with HIV to end the stigma and criminalization. As we gather here at Supreme Court, I'm conscious that it is not just a huge day for reproductive rights, but it is also World AIDS Day. I joined ECHO because I wanted to share my story. I was tired of feeling ashamed. I was tired of being scared, just like I was when I had my abortion. Storytelling has been the best thing for me because it gives me my freedom and my power back. I hope to empower young people to know to stand up for what's right and speak out and speak for those who don't have a voice for themselves. I will never, ever be afraid ever again, and the goal is that no one has to be. It is time we keep taking action and move forward. I hope that everyone here, these words resonate with you, and you continue to fight the good fight. Thank you.
Ha'ae, pava e ona, maho sanai. Hello, good morning, and welcome. I'm Mariah Welch, a member of the Northern Cheyenne Tribe of Eastern Montana. Today we stand here on the steps of the Supreme Court, a court that has failed to uphold the right of Indigenous peoples and has contributed to the erasure of Indigenous voices. As we stand here today, it is important that we take the time to recognize whose land we are currently occupying. I am currently speaking to you from the unceded ancestral lands of the Piscataway Indian Nation, Piscataway Conoy Confederacy, and the Nacotchtank people who are still here, continuing to honor and demonstrate that Indigenous existence is resistance. Today, I urge you all to take the time to research whose land you occupy, to learn their history, their culture, and to support their sovereignty, as it is one of many ways that we can reject the systematic erasure and genocide of our people. The District of Columbia was also an area of an active slave depot, with slave auctions occurring along the National Mall, and with groups of chained, enslaved people passing in the view of Congress and the White House every day. Today we honor the Indigenous and Black lives that were taken by violent colonizers and state-sanctioned violence. As my friend Bailey Warrior Pahang once said, Black and Indigenous people are not relics of the past. We are still here, and we continue to demonstrate our talents and gifts among a backdrop of ongoing colonialism and oppression. Black and Native elders, youth, and everyone in between are worth celebrating. Please visit nativeland.ca today to identify whose land you occupy on a daily basis. Ha-ho. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. As you can see, we've already had some amazing speakers today because you know what? We're going to liberate abortion today. Say with me. Liberate abortion. Liberate abortion. Liberate abortion. Liberate abortion. All right, so the next speaker I'm going to introduce you to is the president of the Center for Reproductive Rights, Nancy Northup.
Hello, I'm Nancy Northup, and I am President and CEO of the Center for Reproductive Rights. And I am so proud to be standing here with the fearless leaders of the Jackson Women's Health Organization, Hope Medical Group, and Whole Woman's Health. These are three of the independent providers that the Center for Reproductive Rights has been proud to represent in cases before the Supreme Court and including today. Every day, these fearless women are among those who are making sure that abortion access is available in the South so that people can make the decisions about their health and their life and their future. We at the Center for Reproductive Rights are lawyers and human rights advocates who are working to ensure that reproductive rights are protected in law as fundamental human rights. And I bring to you today greetings from the Center for Reproductive Rights staff in Latin America and Africa and Asia and Europe. And their message to you today is to take heart. Take heart because you are part of a vibrant and growing global movement for reproductive and sexual health, rights, and justice. And so we are proud to be here today, taking to the streets, making our voices heard, as people have done in Argentina and Ireland and Mexico and Poland and all over the world, to say, we will protect our rights. This is a fundamental human right. Today will be the fourth time that the Center for Reproductive Rights lawyers have argued in the Supreme Court to protect abortion rights in the last 6 years. And we have been here in every one of those cases because states are in open defiance of the Supreme Court's precedents. 4 trips to the Supreme Court, including just 1 month ago, arguing to block the 6-week abortion ban in Texas, which has been in effect since September the 1st. It is completely unacceptable. 4 trips to the Supreme Court in 6 years is 4 trips too many. Yes. But we and you and all of the people who are rallying with us online across America, we are undaunted and we are ready for today. So, in about an hour, Julie Rickelman, the Senior Litigation Director for the Center for Reproductive Rights, will be making our case before the Supreme Court. And she will be making clear that there is only one outcome in this case that is consistent with the rule of law, that is consistent with gender equality, and that is consistent with the individual liberty to make the highly personal decisions about our lives that is protected by the U.S. Constitution. We are here to win. We are here to win. And I pledge to you that no matter the outcome of this court case, the Center for Reproductive Rights will use every legal lever to make sure that abortion access is protected for all, is available without discrimination, is available without regards to means and circumstance, and is available in communities across the country. This is what we mean by reproductive rights are fundamental human rights. And we will be sure that that is protected, and we will keep moving and going, and having all of you here today and all of you online makes all of the difference. Thank you.
Good morning. I am Amy Hagster Miller, and I'm President and CEO of Whole Women's Health and Whole Women's Health Alliance. I am proud to be here today in solidarity with Jackson Women's Health Organization, independent abortion clinics, and every one of you who believes abortion is essential. Whole Women's Health operates independent abortion clinics and virtual abortion care services throughout the South and the Midwest. Most of our clinics are in states that are actively trying to overturn Roe v. Wade, just like Mississippi. I want to recognize the Whole Women's Health and Whole Women's Health Alliance staff that are here in the crowd, as well as the countless frontline healthcare workers in our clinics today providing essential abortion care services. Give it up for clinic workers. If you had told me 11 months ago that in 2021 we would be in the fight of our lives to liberate abortion, I would not have believed you. But here we are, and this year has tested every bit of hope and resolve many of us have. I know firsthand what it means to take the fight for abortion to this Supreme Court. I also know that meaningful access to abortion care in the United States depends on independent abortion care providers, like our friends in Jackson, and especially in the states that are politically hostile to abortion. 2021 has been an unprecedented ambush on abortion rights, and independent clinics are leading the fight back. Jackson Women's Health shows us yet again how clinics actively protect and defend the rights of pregnant people across the United States every day. Those of us running small but mighty clinics in the states from the Fifth Circuit are working with CRR again and again to bring it to this court, y'all. Our Whole Women's Health case in 2016, June Medical in 2020, and Jackson today. We are the folks working hard to liberate abortion. Let's give it up for the folks in Texas, Louisiana, and Mississippi! My friends, today marks day 91 since Texas's SB 8 abortion ban took hold. And for the past 31 days, this Supreme Court has been sitting on it, allowing the most cruel and radical abortion ban ever seen in the United States to take hold. Their lack of intervention is sending a strong and clear message. Abortion rights are not guaranteed. Yet we dig deep, because even in these trying times, we know that we stand in the light. We know that providing abortion is a moral good for our communities. We know our work is essential. But our lawmakers keep passing unconstitutional abortion bans that most Americans do not support. I say not on our watch. Keep these bans off our bodies. Independent abortion clinics are closing at alarming rates, and Jackson Women's Health is the only clinic left in the entire state of Mississippi I say not on our watch. Keep these bans off our bodies. In fact, soon you and I may not have the freedom to decide whether, when, or how to become a parent. I say not on our watch. Keep these bans off our bodies. Are you with me? Are we going to let them put bans on our bodies? No. This year, our resilience has been tested. Our reserves have been tapped. When any of you out there need to remember why we are in this fight, I remind you to think of all the people who tell us that their abortion saved their lives, that their abortion allowed them to be a better parent to their children, that their abortion allowed them to live a future with opportunity, dignity, and respect. We join hands today across this country to liberate abortion and keep these bans off our bodies. Abortion makes our communities safer. Abortion makes our families healthier. Together, we will reclaim the power and compassion of abortion care. Never forget that we are the majority and we stand in the light. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Kathleen Pittman, the administrator at Hope Medical Group for Women in Shreveport, Louisiana. Less than 2 years ago, we were here at the Supreme Court arguing against an abortion law out of Louisiana. On the day of oral arguments, I looked out at the crowd as I do today, and I see people rallying behind a small independent clinic in the South. We're doing exactly the same thing today, and we thank you for that. I had faith then that we would prevail, and I was right. And looking out at you guys, I believe the same thing today. And do you know why? Because abortion is essential. Every day, women walk through our clinic doors because they've made a decision, the best decision for themselves, their health, their lives, their families. And when they leave the clinic after that procedure, it's like the weight of the world has been lifted from their shoulders. I know abortion is essential because I see and live it every day. For our patients, access to abortion helps them to pursue the careers they want, to complete their education, and more importantly, to support the children they already have. They need the freedom to make these decisions for themselves without intrusion. Whatever their goals, whatever their next step, being able to access abortion care is crucial. The hurdles they've had to overcome are almost insurmountable. When I reach at the clinic, when I reach to answer the phone, I know when I pick it up, on the other end of the line is a woman who may be angry that she's having to go so far for her abortion care. It could be she's crying because she's desperate to receive that care and can't find a clinic that can fit her in. But whatever it is, I know at the end of that phone on the other end of that line is a person who has the right and should have the right to make this decision for herself. She has had the courage to make that phone call. She should be given care. Because of the SB 8 in Texas, we are seeing women stream into our clinics, women who are already financially strapped, worn out from travel, and just exhausted from having to hurdle all the various barriers in their way. And that's the women who can actually make the trip. There are those who can't. Sadly, all across the South, we are seeing women who are unable to access care. They simply can't afford it. Most of the patients we see live at or below the federal poverty level. They can't hop on a plane to go get the care they need. Our ability to get an abortion should not depend on who we are, where we live, or how much money we have. Access to abortion is essential, and it should be accessible for everyone. And that is what is at stake now. At its core, this case is about our right to make the best decisions that we can to shape the course of our lives. We support the patients at Jackson Clinic. We support the women at Hope Medical. We support women everywhere in their need. And we believe abortion is essential health care. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Shannon Brewer. I am the director with Jackson Women's Health. Thank you so much. As you know, we are the last abortion facility in the state of Mississippi, and I did not know what I was going to speak about today. Everybody's been asking me, and I keep saying I don't know. So what I experienced yesterday here at the hotel, there were a lot of antis that checked in, and at one point I felt weird about it, and they were pointing, and people who were noticing me and stuff, and I felt alone, and it kind of made me feel a certain way. But after I started getting texts and calls from people to remind me that I wasn't by myself. It gave me a newfound respect for the doctors, the staff, the escorts, the funders, everybody, because I'm realizing that even when you think you're doing this by yourself, there are so many people out here that are working with us and fighting with us and continue to fight with us. And that's what's keeping me going. I'm here for Diane Durzis, that's the owner, and I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for her, so I have to speak up on that. I will continue to fight for my children, my grandchildren, everybody, because people like Diane has fought for us. Now it's our turn to fight for our children. That's just how it goes. That's the way you're supposed to do it. I don't know what keeps me going. People ask me that all the time. I never really know what keeps me going. But today I look around and I know exactly what keeps me going. It's knowing that all of these people are out here just for us right now. They're here for women right now. These men are here for women. People don't understand. I've been through so much in my life, and people don't understand that women endure so much.
Take your time.
You're not going to tell me that I'm not smart enough to make a decision for myself. Nobody's going to tell me that. I'm sorry. You cannot tell me that. And until you change my mind, which will never happen, I'm going to continue to do what I'm doing. Because I know that this is the decision that I want to make. I know that these are the decisions that these women want to make for themselves. We watched women come from Texas because of this SB 8 garbage. And they are struggling, and they are begging, and they are desperate. People don't understand. I try to be as real as I possibly can be because I don't know any other way to be. The same way not putting sex ed into schools, it does not stop young children from having sex. Guess what? When you make abortion illegal, it does not stop abortion. So until you tell me something different and show me that you're going to change all of these different healthcare laws and Medicaid laws and child care laws and help these women, really, really help these women, then abortion still needs to be legal. Thank you.
Let's hear it again for Jackson Women's Health Organization. They are here at the court today with all of our independent clinics who are making sure that we have access to abortion today, tomorrow, and forever. So, I'm going to introduce myself, which I realized I didn't do earlier. I will do that in a minute. But I've got some members of Congress who are here and want to speak to you about the amazing work that they are doing to make sure that not only do we have abortion access in the courts, but we have it across the street in Congress. So please, welcome to the stage the co-chairs of the Pro-Choice Caucus, Representative Diana DeGette, and my personal hero, abortion storyteller, Barbara Lee.
Good morning, everybody. Barbara and we want to thank everybody for coming today. We want to thank people for telling their stories. We want to thank you for showing up with us to say abortion is essential, abortion is health care, and we are not backing down. That's the way it is. In case you haven't noticed, abortion is under attack in this country. In Texas, they ban abortions after 6 weeks before most people know they're pregnant. And it lets vigilantes enforce the law. We are not going to let that happen. In Mississippi, the state law bans abortions at 15 weeks, and that's why we're here today, because we are not going to let that happen. So in case you haven't noticed, these laws are a relentless attack on Americans' right to abortion care. They're extremist, they're inhumane, and they're wrong. And just like the last speaker said, they're not going to stop anybody from having sex. Abortion is an essential part of health care. Barbara and I are politicians, but we have a suggestion for you. Keep abortion decisions out of the hand of politicians. Keep abortion decisions in the hands of American citizens. That's where it should be. So we're here to tell you this. If the Supreme Court won't act, Congress will act. This last Congress, for the first time in our nation's history, we have a pro-choice majority in the U.S. House of Representatives. Let me say that again. For the first time in history, we have a pro-choice majority in the U.S. House of Representatives. This last year, Barbara and I took that majority for a little spin. And a couple of weeks ago, we passed the Women's Health Protection Act, which codifies Roe versus Wade. We passed an appropriation slate that stripped the Hyde Amendment and restrictions on the ability of poor women to get abortions. Gone. So now we call on the Senate to do the right thing, protect people's health, protect their access to full-range health care, and we call on the Supreme Court to do the same thing. You know, polling shows the American public is with us. These people over here can shout as loud as they want, but they're losing because Americans think people have the ability to make their own health care choices. So, we're here to say, keep going, keep fighting, keep doing what you're doing, because we're right and we're going to win. Barbara, take it away.
Good morning. Well, first of all, thank you for being here this morning to raise our voices loud and clear that abortion is essential. It is essential. I want to also take a moment to thank all of the providers in Mississippi and Texas and beyond. Thank you for being so bold and so brave. Also to our co-chair, Congresswoman Diana DeGette. We couldn't do this without her tremendous leadership. And as she said, we have the largest pro-choice caucus in Congress ever. Thank you, Diana. And let me thank again our providers for providing the essential services despite countless attacks and challenges. And yes, we're here once again at the Supreme Court to protect abortion rights. And we're not going to let those anti-choice state legislators take away our rights and our freedom. It's our freedom that's at stake. This case is the first time in 50 years that the court is hearing a case that directly challenges Roe versus Wade. Now, let me tell you, I am one of the 1 in 4 women who have had an abortion. But let me tell you, I remember when abortion was criminalized before Roe versus Wade. But you know what? I survived. Many women did not survive, especially black women. And so I know personally how devastating the consequences of restrictive abortion laws can be. We cannot and we will not go back to those days. No way. So let's be clear, as you know and say over and over again, abortion is essential. Every person should have the freedom to decide, to control how they want to control their bodies and their lives. These laws affect everyone, but we know that abortion bans have disproportionate impact on Black, Latina, Indigenous people, and other people of color. We know that. Also, immigrants, people in rural areas, and people with low income are the most impacted by these restrictions. We know that. And this is not just an issue of reproductive freedom. It's about economic justice. It's about economic justice. This issue is about racial equity, equality, and justice. This is about the freedom to make your own decisions over your own bodies. That's what this is about. And so make no mistake, the right to abortion is not real if only some people can access it. I serve again as the co-chair of our Congressional Pro-Choice Caucus, and let me tell you, we have been working each and every day to protect abortion rights for every individual, and we will not stop fighting. We won't. And as Congresswoman Diana DeGette said, we have passed the Women's Health Protection Act in the Senate, led by our great warrior, Congresswoman Judy Chu. But we can't stop here. We've got to pass our legislation by Congresswoman Schakowsky, DeGette, and Presley, my legislation, the EACH Act, to repeal the Hyde Amendment. Repeal the Hyde Amendment. And make abortions affordable and accessible to all. And so, yes, our message is very, very clear. Our rights are not up for debate. No way. And our healthcare decisions should not be made by politicians or justices. No way. So let's continue fighting for reproductive justice and freedom. Thank you all for being here today, but more importantly, for what you're doing each and every day for our reproductive freedom. Thank you again.
Let's give it up for our Pro-Choice Caucus! Awesome. So I'm excited to introduce you to the next speaker. She's also a personal hero of mine. So there was a hearing where it was actually quite a historic hearing where we had 3 sitting members of Congress share their abortion stories, all women of color. Representative Barbara Lee was one, Representative Cori Bush was another, and the other was Representative Pramila Jayapal. Please welcome Representative Pramila Jayapal to the stage.
Good morning, everybody. I am so proud to be in this urgent fight. Alongside the Center for Reproductive Rights, Planned Parenthood, NARAL, and all the other organizations that are here today, you are in the struggle for justice, and I want to thank every single person that has stood up, that has spoken out and organized to fight against these dangerous attacks on choice and for women's rights, for health care, and for our lives. Now, I'm not only a congresswoman, I'm not only the chair of the Congressional Progressive Caucus, I'm not only a dedicated member of the Pro-Choice Caucus, I'm not only a lifelong organizer who has marched in the streets for economic, racial, and social and gender justice. I'm not only somebody who knows that reproductive rights are human rights. I am also one of the 1 in 4 women in America who have had an abortion. For me, terminating my pregnancy was not an easy choice, but it was my choice. And that's what it should be for every pregnant person across Mississippi, across Texas, across Georgia, across every part of this country, regardless of zip code or income or race. And until 2019, I never spoke about my abortion. It was over a decade. I didn't even tell my mother about it. And I ultimately decided to tell my story as one of the first members of Congress to do so, because I was so deeply concerned about the abhorrent abortion bans that were coming out of states throughout America. And I wanted to share my story because there are so many different situations that people face in making these choices, and nobody should interfere with our bodies, our lives, and our choices. When I made my decision, I did not suffer the economic issues that so many poor people suffer. It was after Roe v. Wade, which my colleague Barbara Lee talked so powerfully about what it was like before that time. I did not suffer from living in a state that did not allow pregnant people to make these choices. But because of the cruel Mississippi abortion ban and the other bans that are currently being litigated, there are so many people who will not have the same choice as I did if they change the current laws. That is unacceptable. It is nobody's business what choices pregnant people make about their own bodies. This is a constitutionally protected, intensely personal choice about control of our bodies. And the consequences of that choice are things that only we live with. Nobody else. We live with those consequences. These abortion bans are doing real harm to people across this country and in our most vulnerable communities. And we know that this isn't about health care. This is not about health care. This is about controlling our bodies. It's all about control. People that are for these abortion bans are about punishing women and pregnant people. They're about eroding constitutional rights while disproportionately harming low-income people and people of color. So today, I am here again speaking out with this message. Do not criminalize me and millions of women like me across the country. Do not criminalize those that help us. Do not criminalize the clinics or the doctors. Do not criminalize the choices that we make about our own bodies and our futures. As we protest against these cruel bans, we also have to organize for reproductive justice. And that's why I was so proud to help my colleague, Congresswoman Judy Chu, pass the Women's Health Protection Act through the House. And now it is time to end the filibuster and pass this bill in the Senate. And it is also time to repeal the Hyde Amendment. It is time to remove the stigma around reproductive health and send a clear message that while the battle to protect reproductive rights feels exhausting, guess what? We will never stop until justice is achieved. We will not back down. We will not stop organizing to ensure that everyone, and I mean everyone, is able to access and afford the care that they want, they need, and they deserve. So I am so proud to fight alongside people who have had abortions, people who provide abortions, and everyone advocating for abortion access. Let's continue to uplift a visionary future, to support our local clinics, to share our stories, and yes, to support each other with love, with justice, with commitment to getting the justice we all deserve. Thank you all so much. Let's win this. Thank you.
Let's hear it again for Representative Jayapal. Okay, so we've heard from the House, and that's one body of governing, right? Remember, what was that, 5th grade, 6th grade, something like that? But so now we need to hear from the Senate, because we had our representatives from the House tell us what they've done to make sure that we can liberate abortion across this country. So now let's hear from Senator Blumenthal.
Hello, everyone. I am Richard Blumenthal from the state of Connecticut, where Griswold versus Connecticut first established the right to privacy. That right of privacy is the law of the land now in Roe v. Wade, and we need to keep it that way for the sake of all Americans, all American women, everyone who believes in the Constitution. Now, almost 50 years ago, I worked in this building as a law clerk to the justice who wrote Roe v. Wade. And we thought then it was all done. That right was established. And here we are almost 50 years later, again fighting this battle. But we are going to win it. We are going to win this battle for women and families who want health care unrestricted by those unnecessary laws, 106 of them this year alone in 19 states, impeding that right. Now, you know, the court may never say Roe v. Wade is overturned. It may just chip away at it. That's why in that building in the United States Capitol, we need the Women's Health Protection Act. I am proud to have led the Women's Health Protection Act, which establishes a statutory right, a right on the books, regardless of what these justices do, regardless of what they decide in Dobbs or in the Texas case. That right should be enshrined in our statutes. We need to pass the Women's Health Protection Act. So you say to your senator and to every senator you see, we need the Women's Health Protection Act that establishes Roe v. Wade as a matter of our federal law, just like in Connecticut and some of your states. We have it in our state law. We can enshrine it in the statutes, make it the law, guarantee this right, and make sure that we are proud to be Americans protecting women's health care. Thank you so much for being here. Your courage, your strength, your fortitude inspire us. Thank you all.
Give it up for Senator Blumenthal. We need our abortion champions. We need our birth control champions. We need our pro-sex champions. Okay, so now that we got all our members of Congress out of the way, I'm going to introduce myself. Allow myself to introduce myself. My name is Renee Bracy Sherman. I use she, her pronouns, and I am the founder and executive director of We Testify. We Testify is an organization that is dedicated to the leadership and representation of people who have abortions across this country. 90% of our abortion storytellers are people of color because guess what? The majority of people who have abortions are people of color, and we deserve to be seen, heard, and our power felt all across this movement. Abortion access is racial justice. And I don't mean no shade, but I really do mean shade. But there's a big difference when you come to our rally to folks who want to liberate abortion and what it looks like with this beautiful melanated crowd, okay? With our melanin glistening in the sun versus white supremacy, okay? Like 1 in 4 cisgender women across this country, and I know a whole lot of you, I had an abortion. And you know what? I'm not ashamed. I will talk about my abortion every day, all day, for the rest of my life. I started sharing my abortion story 10 years ago in September. It has been a decade of us sharing our abortion stories through We Testify and for me, myself, right? And I never imagined that we'd be at a moment where abortion storytellers are the majority of the speakers here at this rally. All of you, I know all of y'all are sharing your abortion stories. We are making our voices heard. Now, here's the thing. I kept my abortion a secret for 6 years. I was afraid that my family would judge me. I was afraid that my family wouldn't love me. But that's not true. You know why? Because my mama is here. My mama's here. But also because everyone loves someone who's had an abortion. Let me remind you, every single one of you loves someone who's had an abortion. This is our fight. Now, this isn't my first time being y'all's MC for this rally. In fact, I was here last year having a little bit of deja vu because clearly they didn't hear us last time. So we got to make even more noise. For all of y'all who've had abortions, make some noise. Make sure they hear you inside that court. We will not back down. We will have our voices heard. You will not take abortion access from us. We are going to liberate abortion today, tomorrow, and every single day. We are making them listen. And let me tell you, something I'm real proud of in this case. So my organization, We Testify, and our organizational BFF, Advocates for Youth. Shout out to Advocates for Youth. Tamara, abortion storyteller over there. Not only do we work together in our programming, Youth Testify, where we work with young people like Carly, who you had heard from earlier, who've had abortions, but we did an amicus brief that we sent to the court in this case. We asked people who've had abortions to sign on to our brief. We only had a week, and do you know, in a week, 6,641 people who've had abortions signed their names to tell this court, you will not take abortion access from us. We had abortions. We are proud of our decisions, and we will not stop speaking out. Now, I know that our friends over here are getting real loud, right? They're getting closer to us, closer than they've actually been in previous rallies. And I want to tell you why they're doing that. That is because they are afraid of our voices. They are seeing the power of all of us who've had abortions, who are speaking out. We are not afraid. We are not with the stigma anymore. We are done. We are going to talk about our abortions. We are going to talk about having sex. We are going to talk about contraception. We are going to talk about if, when, and how we become parents and we grow our families on our own terms. We are going to talk about self-managed abortion. We are going to talk about how we make our families with adoption. Because you know what? That is how we all make our families on our own terms and the best way that works for us and everybody we love. Now, this moment is super urgent, right? I have no idea what abortion access will look like after June. But what I do know is that we can change the conversation so Black and brown folks who are more likely to be criminalized are at the forefront of this conversation. An investment in abortion storytellers is an investment in the movement for health care for all. We deserve to be at the front of this movement and every movement. We can create a future for reproductive justice when we tell a fuller story of who has abortions and why. And that is what you will hear at this rally, this badass rally today. So, some of y'all have some signs that say liberate abortion. And that is our national campaign that just launched today. If you've got a liberate abortion sign, let me see you hold it up. We got one. Yeah, we got one back here. But let me tell y'all what a liberate abortion means, right? So the Liberate Abortion campaign is a multi-tactical coalition of over 100 organizations who have come together to expand power, grow compassion, provide education, and continue to build the groundswell of support for abortion access across the United States. Liberate abortion is about more than protecting the legal right to abortion, because we know Roe v. Wade has never been enough. Liberate abortion is a call for abortion access, for decriminalization, and for the abolishment of all of these abortion restrictions. Because with any abortion restrictions, that means somebody doesn't have access. And if one of us doesn't have access, none of us have access. So, liberate abortion is a call to change the culture. Fuck the abortion stigma. Fuck your abortion bans. To everybody who's had an abortion out here and watching at home, know that I love you. You are loved and you are supported, and your story deserves to be heard. We need all of you who are our allies to talk about abortion, talk about what liberating abortion means to you and what you are doing to liberate abortion in your community, your state, and everywhere. We cannot stand for any restrictions on abortion. Why? Because every single one of you loves someone who's had an abortion, and these restrictions are harming someone you love. Now, we got hella speakers today, and I'm real excited for you to hear from them all. So I want to leave you with something. Find someone in your life who's had an abortion and tell them that you love them and that you will fight for them no matter what happens, no matter what this court says. Because you know what? As Black and brown people, we've always known our rights don't come from this court. They come from us marching. They come from us speaking out. And they come from us telling our stories and demanding justice every single day. We will not stop. We will demand decriminalization, and we will demand abortion at any time and for any reason. Now, what I want from you when you leave here today, right? Take away the stories that you hear from all of the speakers, right? Take that with you. Take that fight as we continue to liberate abortion everywhere. Thank you. And now I'm super excited to introduce to you a friend of mine who's super, super on brand, right? She got the yellow blazer, looking fly as all hell. She's the president of the National Women's Law Center. Please give it up to Fatima Gosgraves!
Give it up for Renee. My name is Fatima Gosgraves. I am president and CEO at the National Women's Law Center, where we fight for abortion access. And we do that because we know that whether to parent or when to parent is something that impacts every part of your life. And I am so honored to be here today alongside all of you. But I have to tell you, I'm also a bit outraged that I am here today in this way. So let me be clear. The right to abortion is essential. And therefore, the right to our bodies and our lives and our futures, that's essential too. And it is not up for debate. No one else should decide whether I continue a pregnancy. No one. And these decisions, they are deeply personal. And frankly, they shouldn't be forced upon anyone. It's something that impacts our health. It's something that impacts our economic security. It impacts our future. So this is an issue that has been asked and answered again and again by the Supreme Court. And yet today I am still here standing in a yellow blazer in the cold to say abortion is essential. So let's be clear, it is unacceptable that we are here, but I also want to talk today about why I am lifted. I am lifted by the advocacy that I know will happen today inside of that Supreme Court. They are ready. And I am lifted because as long as I am in community and see an intergenerational group gathering, fighting for abortion access, I am lifted. It's unacceptable that we are here, but I am lifted by the organizers and advocates in Mississippi who know exactly what is at stake. They have been fighting for the health and lives of people in the state of Mississippi, and we are inspired by you. We are with you today. We are with you tomorrow. We are with you next summer, and we are with you beyond. So this is a case about everyone living in Mississippi, yes, but this is a case about every person in this country. In Texas, we're seeing in real time the crisis and the chaos caused by banning abortion. We've seen what it looks like for people to be and live in terror and to not have their rights under this Constitution. And this court has not stopped that havoc. 2 generations have grown up in this country understanding that abortion is legal health care. And I look around this country and I look around this crowd today and I see your eyes behind these masks. I see a little bit of fear. And some of that fear comes from what's coming from that other side, I know. It's not okay. But some of that comes from the fact that you are here still fighting. So here is what I know. I know that we deserve better. We deserve better than a legal system that so casually disregards our rights. We deserve better than waiting every state session for more and more tax to come. And we deserve to have our confidence in a court not be so shaken. We are a nation that has experienced a lot of pain. And it is precisely in these moments when we should lean into the promise
of the country, the promise of democracy, the promise of our core rights of liberty and equality. It's in these moments that we need to claim our power and fight for the future we deserve. Today, the court should recognize that inside it, but what I know is true and what I see outside is that the right and access to abortion is not only legal, it is essential. It is justice. It is freedom. It is compassion, and it is love. Thank you.
Let's hear it again for Fatima Goss-Graves from the National Women's Law Center. Okay, so do we got any Catholics here? Where are the Catholics at? Where's some of the lapsed Catholics at? I know Kenya's around here somewhere. So I'm really excited to bring to the stage the president of Catholics for Choice, Jamie Manson.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Jamie Manson, and I am a proud, queer, Catholic woman who supports abortion access. Queer rights are repro rights are queer rights. As president of Catholics for Choice, I represent the 68% of Catholics who do not want to see Roe overturned. Catholics for Choice is as old as the Roe decision, and we have been fighting nearly 50 years for all people to have access to the full range of reproductive health care. But it is not enough, and it has never been enough to just defend Roe. We must guarantee all abortion is safe, equitable, affordable, and available to all. Now, you see what's going on here. There is no secular anti-choice movement. It is led by fringe zealots who want to make abortion impossible to access. As a Catholic, I am well aware that we are fighting a right-wing religious ideology born of white men who are desperate to control the bodies of women, trans, non-binary, and queer people because they have a desperate need to limit our freedom, our equality, and our power. I support abortion access because of my faith, not in spite of it. My faith teaches that healthcare is a human right, and that includes abortion. My faith teaches the importance of conscience, that every individual has the freedom to make their own moral decisions about their bodies and lives without interference by white supremacist, anti-feminist, Christian nationalist religious forces. Protecting the right to an abortion is essential to protecting true religious freedom. No government that believes in the separation of church and state should enshrine one group's religious doctrine into law. I support abortion access because as a Catholic, I was taught a theology of social justice. The Mississippi law we are fighting is the antithesis of social justice values. Abortion bans disproportionately affect people who are already broken and crucified by the sinful structures of systemic racism, gender inequality, economic insecurity, and immigration restrictions. In the gospel, Jesus tells us the truth shall set you free. Here is the truth. 1 in 4 abortion patients in this country is Catholic. And for them, abortion is a blessing. The majority of people of faith support abortion access. We have the moral high ground here. I call on people of faith not to pray in silence, but with their actions courageously speak out about their support for abortion. Today, sitting in this court are 6 Catholic Supreme Court justices. I call on them to honor what is best about the Catholic tradition, protect justice, especially for the most marginalized, uphold human dignity, and liberate all people by liberating abortion. Thank you.
Let's give it up for Catholics for Choice. Okay, so our next speaker is a dear friend of mine. She came all the way from Memphis, Tennessee. She's the president of Sister Reach. She's an abortion storyteller and one of our reproductive justice leaders. Please give it up for Reverend Cherie Scott.
Good morning. I am Reverend Cherie Scott, and I'm the founder and CEO of Sister Reach, located in Tennessee. I have been invited to this platform to tell you that abortion is essential to all who want, need, and require it. And it is. But what is more essential than abortion is abundance. And the reality is that people who seek abortion care are not and have not been able to access abundant living, even on a basic level. Though this is not the only reason pregnant people seek abortion care, where I live in Tennessee and across the South, there are millions of people who have no other choice but to limit the size of their families due to religious terrorism, a political and white supremacist culture that refuses their human and sacred rights to thrive. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness clearly only applies if you are white or privileged or politically able to prioritize your sustainability at the expense of the poor or the weak. Here we are, almost 2 years into an epidemic that has grown into a pandemic with no clear sight of this virus ever ending, because the lives of the unhoused, the elderly, the disabled, the economically disenfranchised, and people of color were disposable, while others were made a priority. What do they expect people to do when our backs are against the wall? How could you expect that anyone would want to bring a child into a society that marks them for legal target practice, reproductive guinea pigs, super predators, illegal citizens, and intentionally stunts their ability to achieve or be active voting citizens in a country that has not proven to be fair or equitable or compassionate and cannot be trusted to carry out justice even when all evidence demonstrates that the accused is the victim? As a reproductive justice advocate, my movement partners and I are clear that centering the single issue of abortion is insufficient, as it does not address the multiple oppressions those seeking abortion care navigate daily. In good conscience, we cannot allow the conservative evangelical nationalist right to tokenize our wombs, our bodies, or our unborn children to forward an agenda that leaves that same baby abandoned once they are born. They do not hold the moral high ground in this debate to center abortion as their single issue when the rest of their political issues actually drive us into the abortion clinics. They have signs that ask if we know the God of the Bible. My answer is not only yes, but I serve a God who is mindful of me and my needs, who does not force me to do anything against my will, who honors my self-determination, who trusts women so much that our Creator chose a young girl to bring my Savior into the world so that we would all have unhindered access to liberty, to abundance, to choice. Audre Lorde's quote still rings true here. There is no thing as a single issue struggle because we do not live single issue lives. You cannot fight for the unborn and allow their mamas to die on the labor and delivery table. You cannot fight for the unborn and allow women, girls, and individuals to be raped, molested, and victims of incest with no to little recourse. You cannot fight for the unborn and allow food apartheid to occur in your cities. You cannot convince me you care about black babies, but have not and did not stand with the movement for black lives. I haven't been to D.C. since March 2020. The month COVID-19 was announced, and people are still living in tents in parks not far from this very place. Homelessness is at epidemic proportions since COVID-19. Don't tell me you give a damn about the unborn, but won't ensure that the parents of the unborn have a roof over their heads. Today is World AIDS Day, and I haven't heard one pro-life rant or seen one pro-life dollar applied to prevention or intervention. Instead, you prohibit comprehensive reproductive sexual health education. You fight mask mandates. You fight condom access. You fight for any opportunity that makes our people knowledgeable about their health and wellness and relegate it to gateway activity. I am insulted as a black woman. I am insulted as a taxpayer. I am insulted as a consumer of health care. I am insulted as a believer. I am insulted as a woman who's had to make the choice of having an abortion myself. I am insulted as an advocate for reproductive justice who has worked in this movement for 17 years, where black women in our wombs, our babies, have been the poster child and talking point of this debate the entire time. This fight has been on our backs. And though we show up at the polls every time, hoping for democracy, for justice, for abundance, all we get as a thank you is the continued tokenizing of our pain while you leave our babies in cages at the border. Or you sterilize those of us who use drugs instead of expanding behavioral health support so that we can become well. Or you force long-acting birth control on us and our girls, legally prohibit us from teaching them how to control their fertility. Or you keep black women third to a white man's dollar and expect us to make health decisions out of the deficit you've left us with no choice to navigate. Or you kill us, our children, or our men by unethical and racist police brutality. Or you inflict environmental disparities like gentrification, redlining, food apartheid, and poor schools on us, and then test our babies so that you can create more jail cells. Or you offer no real recourse for the domestic terrorist attack by white people at the Capitol on January 6th, but you move our babies from the womb to the pipeline in the prisons. The conservative evangelical nationalist right has not earned the right to be on the correct side of this debate when their other political interests curates an environment of lack, of death, and deficit for the least of us. And let's be clear about why we are really here. We are not here because women and people of color keep having abortions. We are here because white women are having abortions and have stopped having babies at the same rate as people of color, because when demographers say that by 2030, people of color will be the majority population of the U.S., that gives them pause. They are scared as hell. We are here because white political power is being threatened by black, indigenous, and people of color's growth. White men might want to ask yourselves, why are your wives, daughters, sisters, girlfriends, and mistresses not having your babies? Ask yourself that question. We are here because conservatives lost the segregation fight. They lost the segregation fight and have been working to maintain whiteness by any means necessary, and that includes using abortion as the red herring. Can we tell the truth? Did we come all the way to D.C. to mince words? As a believer, my Bible teaches me that my Creator came that I might have life and have that more abundantly. But that is not the reality of the people whose fate will be decided by a Supreme Court body that we can only hope and pray will be fair yet we remain uncertain. Abortion is essential because abundance is essential. And until we can all commit to our neighbor prospering, we are merely spinning our wheels and wasting the time and trust of people who depend on our ability to advocate for fair and ethical treatment so that they can live and thrive. Oppression through individual, governmental, and religious violence has no place in America or in our justice system. Abundance is a sacred birthright of every human being. The conservatives are not pro-life. We are actually pro-life. Because we stand, because then we understand the lives of people before, during, and after birth. And that matters to us. I stand in solidarity with my sisters in Mississippi and Texas, and I demand for the Supreme Court to operate in the same spirit as is instructed through the Bible in Deuteronomy 16:19. You shall not pervert justice. You shall not show partiality. You shall not accept a bribe, for a bribe blinds the eyes of the wise and subverts the cause of the righteous. We are the righteous. In this moment, to whom much is given, much is required. And we require the Supreme Court in both of these cases to make judgments with the plight of the most marginalized as your lens and guide, leaving the decisions of bodily autonomy and self-determination to the people who have to make them. That is the only justice we can accept. We depend on you to do what our state courts have failed to do, what our state legislatures have failed to do. Our demand is reproductive justice for all. For all. Thank you.
Give it up again for Reverend Cherie Scott. Tell the truth and shame the devil. Hey, as you know, God don't like ugly. That's what's going on over there. All right, so next up, where are my Jewish folks at? I know it's Hanukkah this week. Shout out to our Jewish folks who came out. And I know this week is Hanukkah. And so we're talking about miracles, which that's what we're going to have at the Supreme Court. So next up, I want to bring up Rabbi Mira Rivera.
One in four. 1 in 4. 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 I trust my body. I trust my body. I trust my body. Deep down in my core. I trust my body. Deep down in my core. I trust my body. Deep down in my core. I trust my body. Deep down in my core. I am Mira Rivera, una rabbina. I'm a rabbi and a board-certified chaplain serving in New York City in a community called Romemu. I mentor Jews of color through Amud, the Jews of Color Torah Academy. I march here today for my life. I march here today for my children, for my sisters, my family, my brothers, my community. Why? Because the world has opened its heart of light in this morning, and I say, come out, my heart. I am meeting you. I come with my prayer shawl. If I would open this, and I would open and make a canopy for us, and I would invite all of us to go underneath this canopy. This would be a union for us, as if we are married as if we are family, because we are family. And these fringes, see these fringes, these are all the capacities, all the abilities in your hands. Because justice, justice, you shall pursue. 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 I was ordained by the Rabbinical Assembly. Lo and behold, 40 years ago, when the Religious Coalition of Reproductive Choice came into being, so did the Rabbinical Assembly join the commitment to support, to educate, to advocate for the necessity of access to abortion. We are all this, with all our signs, with all the ways we've arrived to this moment. But at the end of the day, we are people. I am a woman. I am a mother. I am a friend. And I am with my children. I am anguished with them. I am anguished for them. I am anguished by the bullying, the stomping, the dehumanization, the dismissal of the living woman. While the idea that reigns supreme is that life begins strictly at conception, full stop. So we protest being strong-armed by legislative machinations, fetal homicide laws, and the closing down of women's health clinics. We are not reams of paper. We are not data. We are not algorithms. We are women. We are struggling to make lives meet. We are immigrants. We are LGBTQ individuals who need health care. Our lives have been tearing down loudly and decisively because, look around you, the weaponization of scriptural word is appalling. And let me tell you one thing. If there's one thing that I will share with you that I'd like you to bring home, when they say fear of God, in Hebrew, it is also awe. Awe and wonder. Awe and wonder of the eternal. There is the fear that is the hammer to beat you down. And there is the awe to lift you up and to fire you up. So I pray for us, for our workers, our organizers, una plegaria para nuestras vidas, para los trabajadores, nuestras organizadores. May it be your will, O Eternal One, the ineffable of all our ancestors. Lead us to peace. Direct our steps in peace. Guide us in peace. Sea tu voluntad, nuestro Dios y Dios de nuestros padres y madres. Conducimos en paz. Dirigir nuestros pasos en paz. And save us. Save us from every enemy and ambush, from robbers and wild beasts on this journey. Sálvanos de los manos de todos los adversarios y enemigos, de todos los bandidos, de todos los bestias salvajes por el camino. Y hacemos llegar a nuestro destino con vida, alegría y paz. Let us get to our destination with love, with peace, and with compassion. Confer on us blessing on the work of your hands. Open your hands. Look at the possibility in front of you. Bless our hands. Concédenos gracia y bondad y misericordia. Bless us, the one who listens to prayer. Justice, justice, you shall pursue. 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 Thank you.
Let's give it up for the rabbi. Okay, so earlier I told you that Advocates for Youth we testify as like organizational BFF. And so we love them so much because they also work with folks who've had abortions, to share their stories and to activate young people across this country. So they do amazing work. And I feel really, really honored to bring to the stage a dear friend of mine who's their director of youth abortion access and an abortion storyteller, Tamara Marzouk. Give it up for Tamara.
Hi, everyone. My name is Tamara Marzouk, and I am the Director of Youth Abortion Access at Advocates for Youth. Woo! Just like Renee said, we are a national nonprofit that supports youth activists all over the country, fighting for reproductive health, rights, and justice. I have the privilege of working with young people who are supporting one another in building the future that we want for our communities. Most notably, I support a collective of over 400 young people, ages 14 to 24, who are committed to youth abortion access. Woo! Young people are disproportionately impacted by restrictions like this one, like Mississippi's that ban abortion after a certain number of weeks of pregnancy due to inability to travel long distances, afford prohibitive costs, and take time off of school and work. Today, I'm speaking to you as someone who assists abortion activists, but also as someone who has had an abortion experience myself. Before my abortion, I spent years as a sex educator, as a mental health counselor, and as a pregnancy options counselor. I had supported countless young people in their pregnancies, regardless of what outcome they desired or experienced. When I found out that I was pregnant after graduating from grad school, I knew that I didn't want to be pregnant, and I didn't think twice about my decision to have an abortion. For me, the decision was the easy part, but what came after was more complex. I naively thought that because of my years as an educator and as a counselor, somehow I might be immune to the stigma and shame that I witnessed in so many others. But I wasn't. Even with the support of my partner and multiple friends, I worried about who to tell and how often I should share. I feared the judgment. A couple of years after my abortion experience, a student said to me and another staff member, "Imagine if one of us had had an abortion," and laughed. I stayed silent. I wasn't ready for students to see me as the staff member who had had an abortion. What I wasn't thinking about was how the silence only perpetuated the shame, and how that could have been a powerful, teachable moment. Since then, with the support of Renee and many people here, I now share my story widely. My experiences led me to work with young people, many of whom are here today, who are fighting for abortion access, for all people, but especially for their peers. I've seen firsthand how much bans like this one hurt not only those seeking abortion care, but also those who are fighting for access. We know that restricting abortion is racist. We know that it's sexist. We know that it is cissexist. It is also ageist. Abortion bans of any kind contribute to a culture of policing in the United States and restrict bodily autonomy. We know that young people, those who are Black, Indigenous, other people of color, system-involved, disabled, undocumented, queer, trans, and gender-expansive communities, and those who have trouble making ends meet are more likely to be criminalized simply because of the bodies they live in. Today, we are calling on the Supreme Court justices to create a world that honors autonomy and justice. No matter what happens in the coming months, young people are not going to let the right to abortion access go away. But young people should not have to do this work alone. The president, Congress, this court, state and local governments, and all of us in our communities should be supporting young people, not increasing barriers to the care that they need. Let's liberate abortion for young people and for everyone.
Give it up for Tamara and Advocates for You! So, first off, hey, friends up front with photos, can I have y'all scooch back just a tad? Because we're about to get buck wild in here with some chants. So I'm going to need y'all to take like 3 nice steps back. My friend here is going to help y'all. So real quick, I want to talk to y'all about the criminalization, right? Because Tamara just talked about the fact that what's actually going to happen, should they get their way, is that black and brown people are going to face criminalization for their pregnancy. And actually, let me correct myself. It's not going to face, are already facing criminalization for having abortions, being suspected of self-managing our abortions, miscarriages, pregnancies that don't end perfectly. We are being thrown in jail. They can lie all they want and say that they're not going to throw us in jail, but guess what? That's what they did before. That's what they're doing now. And if they get their way, they're going to continue to do it. So that is why this is a movement of decriminalization for all pregnancy outcomes, for everyone, no matter what your abortion looks like. And I want to be clear. I want to speak the names of folks they've already criminalized. Bebe Shwe, Purvi Patel, Kenlesia Jones, Jennifer Whalen, Anna Yoka, and most recently, Brittany Pula. We do not need to be in jails for our pregnancies or really at all. This is why we are working to liberate abortion for every single one of us. Because when you liberate abortion, you liberate all pregnancy outcomes. You end criminalization of pregnancy. We're ending criminalization and the prosecution of black and brown people in this country for existing. Now, y'all are being great, but I feel like I don't hear you enough, right? So we're going to do some chants. When abortion access is under attack, what do? Stand up, fight back. When abortion access is under attack, what do? Stand up, fight back. When abortion access is under attack, what do? Stand up, fight back. When abortion access is under attack, what do? Stand up, fight back. When abortion access is under attack, what do? Stand up, fight back. When abortion is under attack, what do? Stand up, fight back. Abortion access is under attack, what do? Stand up, fight back. Abortion access is under attack, what do? Stand up, fight back. When abortion access is under attack, what do? Stand up, fight back. When abortion access is under attack, what do? Stand up, fight back. So we were just talking about criminalization, because I got some extra time up here, so I'm gonna vamp a little bit. So, does everybody know the protocol for self-managed abortion? No, you don't. Did you know that medication abortion, super simple, right? You can do it at home. You can get it from your doc, whatever, right? All it is 1 mifepristone pill and 4 misoprostol pills. Let's chant that. 1 miffy, 4 miso. 1 miffy, 4 miso. 1 miffy, 4 miso. 1 miffy, 4 miso. 1 miffy, 1 miffy, 1 miffy. And here's the thing. They're working overtime to end telemedicine access of abortion, right? Because they know with the pills, they're trying to keep the FDA from making it so we can just go to the pharmacy and pick it up. We've had abortion pills for 20 years. In fact, the world has had abortion pills, the ones from France, mifepristone, since 1988. And if we take it back real far, because you know I'm big on understanding where our history is, because if we don't know our history, we don't know where we're going. Shout out to the Brazilian activists who were the ones who figured out that if you take misoprostol, it's an ulcer medication, and guess what? In a criminalized context, it causes an abortion. They are the ones who got us here. It is their ingenuity in a criminalized context. It is on their shoulders that we stand, because it is always people who've had abortions who have to make sure that we have what we need as soon as we need it. And all of these criminalized contexts, that is all of us supporting each other. So we need to make sure. I see we got some abortion pills here. Has anybody had a medication abortion? Anybody out here? Yes. Okay. Shout out to our, yes. We need to make sure that everybody has access to methods of abortion, whatever is best for them. We also need to make sure that our clinics are here, because if you're like me and you wanted to go to the clinic, you need a clinic to go to. So we need every single method on the table, available, accessible, affordable, free for every single one of us. So, next, I'm going to bring up my friend Rachel Lazar. With Americans United for separation of church and state. Who's the first separation of church and state? Yeah. We can have the church, we can have the state, but they don't need to be in bed together. We don't consent to that. So let me bring up to the stage Rachel Lazar.
Thank you, Renee. My name is Rachel Lazar. I'm the president of Americans United for Separation of Church and State, and I'm here to remind you that reproductive freedom is religious freedom. Repeat after me. Reproductive freedom is religious freedom. Reproductive freedom is religious freedom. Reproductive freedom is religious freedom. Abortion bans impose one religious viewpoint on the rest of us. Reproductive freedom is religious freedom. It's no coincidence that the states have enacted an unprecedented number of abortion restrictions during the same time that we're witnessing the most emboldened Christian nationalist movement our country has seen in a long time. Say it with me. Reproductive freedom is religious freedom. In America, we're supposed to have religious freedom. That means the freedom to make our own reproductive decisions, which are deeply personal and have consequences for our health and our lives, based on our own religious beliefs. Reproductive freedom is religious freedom. Different religious and moral systems have different views on abortion. Religious freedom demands the right to an abortion so each of us can make our own decision based on our own personal religious beliefs. Reproductive freedom is religious freedom. True story. When Roe v. Wade came down, the Southern Baptist Convention celebrated the decision as one that advanced religious freedom. Reproductive freedom is religious freedom. As a Jewish woman, I am obligated to have an abortion if my life is at risk. Reproductive freedom is religious freedom. The viability standard in Roe v. Wade is the only possible standard that respects everybody's freedom of conscience. That's why Americans United filed a brief in the Dobbs case urging the court to retain the viability standard in order to protect religious freedom. Reproductive freedom is religious freedom. These are scary times, but even scarier is giving up on America's promise of freedom without favor and equality without exception. Americans United will never stop fighting alongside you to protect every person's right to make their own decision about their own body and their own destiny based on their own moral systems. Say it with me one last time. Reproductive freedom is religious freedom. Thank you.
Let's hear it again for Rachel Lazar. Okay. So we've had some total badasses up here, but I'm really excited to introduce the next one to you. Honestly, she needs no introduction. It's Congresswoman Ayanna Pressley.
Thank you. Good morning, activist family. As a
a congresswoman, but more importantly, as your sister in the struggle and in solidarity. I am so happy to be here with you today, my fellow reproductive justice warriors, my fellow disruptors and beloved partners in good trouble. It is such an honor to be in the trenches alongside y'all in this fight for our fundamental human rights and our shared humanity. Nobody's free until everybody is free. Liberate abortion. If you had an abortion, I love you. Let me make it plain. Abortion care is health care. Health care is a fundamental human right. The stakes in this moment cannot be higher. We will amplify our voices louder than the hate and the vitriol. We stand in solidarity in the midst of these unprecedented attacks on our reproductive rights and freedoms, attacks on our liberty and our very bodily autonomy. Enough. Nobody's free till everybody's free. Liberate abortion. We stand here at the foot of these marble steps, carrying the stories of thousands, ready to remind this court that Roe v. Wade is the law of the land, and that our liberty, our humanity is not up for debate or negotiation. We will not back down from this fight, because reproductive justice is economic justice. Reproductive justice is racial justice. So in this moment, regardless of how this court rules, it is our duty as policymakers to stand in the gap, to legislate on the side of the people. Congress can and must step up to legislate racial reproductive justice, to meaningfully advance policies that affirm that abortion care is a fundamental right that must be guaranteed to all. Nobody's free till everybody's free. Liberate abortion. Let me tell the whole truth. Like the roots of the anti-abortion movement, abortion bans like SB 8 and the Mississippi ban under consideration today, they are rooted in white supremacy. They perpetuate cycles of poverty, economic inequality. They exacerbate many of our starkest health disparities. And we know they place the heaviest burdens on our most vulnerable, our black and brown, our lower income, our disabled, and our LGBTQ plus siblings. Nobody's free till everybody's free. Liberate abortion. Make no mistake. These policies are intended to trap the most marginalized in systems of oppression and poverty. None of this is by happenstance. It is precise. That is the way that white supremacy works. This is the result of precise and intentional policy violence. So we must be just as precise and just as intentional in our efforts to root out these harmful policies and deliver meaningful change for those closest to the pain. Nobody's free till everybody's free. Liberate abortion. Earlier this year, the House passed the Women's Health Protection Act, legislation I'm proud to co-lead with my friend Representative Judy Chu and this first pro-choice majority Congress in the history of Congress, and that must mean something. We need the Senate to pass this bill immediately so that we can finally codify abortion rights for everyone who calls America home. But we cannot stop there. We need budgets that affirm the dignity and humanity of all people. For the first time, and this is a credit to the movement, y'all, in 40 years, the House has passed funding bills without the racist and discriminatory Hyde and Helms amendments. Momentum is on our side. Justice is on our side. The people are on our side. The movement is on our side. We cannot and must not allow anyone to stand between us and a better future. Nobody's free till everybody's free. Liberate abortion. A future that permits everyone bodily autonomy, self-determination, reproductive justice, and freedom. Congress must stand in the gap Congress must lead. Congress must act to ensure that these threats end here. It is our responsibility to step up and make plain that abortion care is a human right. It is our duty to uphold that right as a voice of the people. I stand here to say that we will not allow it to be denied. We can and we must legislate and organize and mobilize as if lives depend on it, because they do. And we won't stop. Nobody's free till everybody's free. Liberate abortion.
Give it up for Congresswoman Ayanna Pressley. I feel real confident that she's going to liberate abortion all the way through the halls of Congress. Say with me, liberate abortion, liberate abortion, liberate abortion, liberate abortion. All right, so our next speaker is also... Okay, everybody, a lot of these people are dear friends of mine because our movement's amazing. And truly, like, we have some badasses in our movement that are actually changing what it looks like to receive an abortion in this country, what it feels like to be part of this movement, right? And one of those people is my dear friend, Erin Grant. So, Erin, has anybody... had an abortion at an independent abortion clinic? Because I did. I had my abortion at an independent abortion clinic. Independent abortion clinics provide the majority of abortions across this country. They are the ones who have been coming to this court to defend our access. And they are the ones who have been standing up and making sure that all of us have the care that we need. And so Erin is going to talk all about the importance of independent clinics and the work of the Abortion Care Network. So please welcome to the stage, Erin Grant!
Hello, everybody. I'm Erin Grant. I use they and them pronouns, and I'm the Deputy Director of Abortion Care Network. I'm proud to be here today to say keep our clinics. I am so honored that the clinics that I work for represent 25% of the clinics in this country, but provide the majority of care. In fact, 3 of them are protecting our rights at the Supreme Court this year. For generations, people in this country have sought and accessed abortion and provided them. And every day, community-funded, community-run, community-owned clinics partner with funds, partner with patient support networks to help their friends, their families, their neighbors to be able to access a clinic in their community. I'm here to let you know that one clinic cannot do it alone. Today, we are not here just because of the courts, but we are here to show our support, to liberate abortion, and to show the world that we are united in the fight for human rights. We are also here because we are watching you, Ohio. We are watching you, Florida. We are watching every state that is dismantling voting rights, that is taking clinics out of their communities. We are watching you criminalize people that are pregnant, not work for clean water. We are watching you deny sovereignty to indigenous people. We are watching you dehumanize non-binary and transgender people and children. Today, we know that it is not easy to access abortion, and 91 days later, we are still waiting for Texas. This is not a debate. Bodily autonomy is not a debate. It is non-negotiable. We cannot be afraid to name the connection between the anti-abortion movement and white supremacy. We cannot be afraid of the people who are taking away voting rights and also dehumanizing us. We cannot be afraid to state that we know that you are known domestic terrorists. We cannot be afraid to stand together and be united without shame in this movement. I refuse to bear the shame of a violent, murderous, anti-abortion movement. I refuse to hold the shame of an abusive and deadly, violent anti-abortion movement. This is not a debate. I am here because I stand in the light like Whole Women's Health. I am here because I want to celebrate the people that are working in phone rooms. I want to celebrate the lab technician that is making sure your procedure goes safely. I am here to honor the person in pathology. I am here to be the reassurance that we are not ashamed to provide you health care. Together, as a movement, we can raise the bar. We can win with a movement and framework for reproductive justice. When I started, I was told to trust Black women, and I will never stop. Keep Our Clinics means funding your local abortion clinic. Keep Our Clinic means funding your local abortion fund. Keep Our Clinic means supporting the people who have abortions that we love. Keep Our Clinics is a promise to our future generations that their bodily autonomy is not a debate, but a human right. Today, I'm here to show up, but we have to show up tomorrow and the next day and the next day and the next day, because we are working for generations to come, and our ancestors have given us the gift to be able to say that bodily autonomy is not a law. It is a way of life. I want to keep reminding you that independent abortion providers walk in the light. Independent abortion providers give care where no one else is able to. Independent abortion providers put puzzle pieces back together when people are coming seeking refuge. We will not stand in the shame of people who are happy with having children in cages, people who deny clean drinking water, who take away and whittle away the actual right to vote. We are here, we are united, and we are not going to stop, because we will keep our clinics. Las comunidades necesitan clínicas. We will keep our clinics. Thank you so much.
Give it up again for Erin and the Abortion Care Network and all of our independent clinics. Okay, so, of course, this case started in Mississippi, and it is going to impact all of us. But it is really important that we keep Mississippi centered. So first, can I have y'all make some noise for the folks? They're having a sister rally in Jackson. Can y'all make some noise so they can hear us all the way in Jackson, Mississippi? Gotta tell them liberate abortion in Jackson, Mississippi, and across this country. But also, we decided to bring Mississippi to you. So, to bring to the stage the president of the ACLU Mississippi, Jarvis Dortch.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Jarvis Dortch. I'm the executive director of the ACLU of Mississippi. I was born and raised in Mississippi. Mississippi will always be my home. But my home is a place where Black women are more likely to die in childbirth than anywhere else in America. My home is a place where 4 in 10 Black children grow up in poverty, a place with the nation's highest infant mortality rate. My home is a place that gave Fannie Lou Hamer and countless other Black women hysterectomies without their consent. A practice so common and synonymous with my home that it was called the Mississippi Appendectomy. My home, Mississippi, is a place that has never cared about protecting the bodies of women, especially Black women. In 2018, I was a member of the Mississippi legislature when it passed the 15-week abortion ban that has us here today. There were 0 hearings. Legislators never heard from anyone on viability or the impact of the bill on pregnant people. That's because that was never the point. The 15-week ban was never about protecting the health of pregnant people, but about controlling their bodies. Mississippi ends postpartum Medicaid coverage at 60 days, the shortest time period in the country. If our legislature really wanted to protect pregnant people, if they really wanted to do something to stop black women from dying due to childbirth, they could easily expand postpartum coverage. Or even easier, they could expand Medicaid. If the governor and our legislature really cared about protecting children, they could change our state laws and now make it easier for Brett Favre to get $1 million in TANF dollars, therefore a low-income family to qualify for public assistance. But please hear me. These aren't just Mississippi problems. We are all here today because the truth is my home is your home. Today's hearing is another reminder that the problems we confront in Mississippi aren't confined to our state, to a southern state, or to red states. They are challenges that we all must face together. Someone once asked Fannie Lou Hamer why she didn't just leave Mississippi. She said, you don't run from your problems, you face them. Thank you to everyone here today helping us face our problems and face them together. Please keep standing with Mississippi and keep standing with the South. Thank you.
Give it up for Jarvis and ACLU in Mississippi. Awesome. Okay, so we're going to keep with our Mississippi. And so I am excited to bring up the president and CEO of the Mississippi Center for Justice, Vangela Wade.
Good morning. I don't hear you. Good morning. I see you, but I don't hear you. Good morning. I see you who came from the West Coast to be here today to stand on liberty. I see you who came from the South to stand on right. I see you who came from farther on the East Coast to protect the rights of all women. I see you. I want to hear you. I am Vangela M. Wade, President and CEO of the Mississippi Center for Justice. And we are one of the organizations representing the Jackson Women's Health Organization, in this case before the Supreme Court today. Wow, we shouldn't be here. We shouldn't be here. We shouldn't be here because this case has already been decided. We shouldn't be here. This issue was decided way back in 1973 when this court, this Supreme Court of our United States, held that the Constitution protects a woman's right. The Constitution protects a woman's right to abortion until viability. That decision has been challenged time and time again, and it has been upheld time and time again. So since we shouldn't be here in the first place, it would seem that the court's decision today should be an easy decision. But this decision, this ruling, will impact the decision to come, will impact the decision to continue or end a pregnancy. It is not easy or convenient, and nothing could ever make it easy or convenient. It is a hard, life-changing decision, and it should be made by the woman who will live it. It should be made by the woman who will live it. The woman who knows best what her circumstances and her own life are like, and how her life and her child and her family's life will be affected. The decisions should be made by the woman who knows her education, who knows her job, who knows her income, who knows her mental and physical capacities, and knows her history of abuse, who knows her history of addiction, and how much more in this life she can bear. The decision should be made by the woman who knows the intimate details of her relationship with her partner. The woman who knows whether that partner will be supportive or will abandon her or will abuse her and her child. You know, the state of Mississippi arguing this case today or on any day is quite ironic
and really quite hypocritical. Since the state of Mississippi, my state, does such a poor job of helping its citizens after they're born. Mississippi ranks last nationally in virtually every category measuring the well-being of its people, from health care to education to food security. Mississippi is one of just 12 states still refusing to expand Medicaid to help low-income, working, poor families afford health care. If the state of Mississippi genuinely cared about women, cared about children, it would do a better job of caring for its women and its children that are already living, already struggling in that state on every day, at every turn. And yet, politicians in Mississippi think that they have the right to make life-changing decisions for a woman that they don't know, a decision that will impact her health, her quality of life, and her entire future. But you know, these politicians won't have to live with the consequences or the responsibilities of that decision. So, to anyone who's confused or on the fence about this case today or the impact that it will have on a woman's life, imagine that you are that woman. Imagine that you are that woman. And this hard decision, likely the most critical of your life, the most critical decision of your life, a decision that will change everything that comes after it, has been made for you by a politician that you will never meet. A politician who tells you what to do and then walks away. Who's going to live with you in the hard day-to-day reality of your life following that decision? The Supreme Court justices won't be with you in that hard place. Tate Reeves, the governor of Mississippi, won't be with you in that hard place. Lynn Fitch, the attorney general of Mississippi, won't be with you in that hard place. None of us gathered here, no one on either side of this issue will be with you if you are that woman. We are all going home. We're going back to our own lives. So when the politicians get off the stump, when the justices leave the bench, when all of us put down our signs and go home, that woman will be there with that decision. So that woman, you, us, we are the ones who will be bound by the decision and everything that goes with it. I'm a lawyer and I'm a mother. I'm not here today to advocate for you or anybody to terminate a pregnancy against their will. I'm not here to advocate for anyone to continue a pregnancy. I am here today to advocate for you to have the right to live with the choice that you make, not the choice that some politicians make for you. I am here for you to make your choice. It is hard to raise a child, and I would imagine that it is terribly hard to terminate a pregnancy, but it's your heart, and it should be your decision. 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 It should be a woman's decision. Thank you.
Give it up for Angela and the Mississippi Center for Justice. I'm a cheerleader for people who have abortions, y'all. Just kidding. I wasn't a cheerleader in school. No, not really. But okay, so our next speaker came all the way from actually across the street at the Congress. It is Representative Judy Chu.
Well, what a sight I see before me. Men and women from every state, from every background, of all ages, all here together to say to the U.S. Supreme Court, abortion is my right, abortion is my decision, and we will not be silenced. For 50 years, Roe versus Wade has guaranteed that we have the freedom to make our decisions over our own bodies. But today, that freedom is under attack. Since 2011, over 500 anti-abortion laws have been introduced or adopted across the country that chip away at Roe, all based on bullying or harassing patients or doctors. And these terrible laws are succeeding because each new law creates a new opportunity to challenge Roe. Already, the Supreme Court has allowed abortion to be banned in Texas under this radical, horrendous, and chilling law, SB 8. But now, with today's case, Mississippi is going even further, asking the court outright to overturn Roe once and for all. There is no halfway point ruling that upholds Mississippi's ban after 15 weeks because it would undermine the guarantee made by Roe that we have the freedom to make decisions about our lives, our futures, and our families. And we know these attacks must end. So are we going to take it anymore? No. We're going to fight back. That's why just this September, the House made history. It passed for the first time ever my bill, the Women's Health Protection Act. And this bill is so important because if this U.S. Supreme Court upholds a Mississippi law, then we will be able to enshrine Roe versus Wade into law. It will make sure that every state will uphold the freedom to abortion. In fact, even in places like Mississippi and Texas, by establishing once and for all that our rights do not depend on our zip code. Because otherwise, the sad truth is this. If you are white, wealthy, and well-connected, abortion will always be available to you. But for women of color, those with low incomes, immigrants, those in the LGBTQ community, or those who just don't have the ability to drive to a state like California where abortion is legal, they are the ones most harmed by these anti-choice extremists. And we want to make sure that every woman has the right to make a choice about her own body. So now, the Senate must act as well. And in fact, Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer has already announced that he will bring the Women's Health Protection Act up in the Senate. And President Biden has said he would sign it into law. But we need voices like yours to make sure this happens. We need WIPA to pass so that no matter what happens here in the court behind us, abortion remains safe, legal, and accessible. So let's raise our voices so loud they hear us everywhere, from the court behind me to the Senate across the street. Let's protect our bodies from radical right-wing politicians who would dare to make the decisions for us. Let's fight for everyone's right to access safe, legal abortion care, regardless of their zip code. Let's pass the Women's Health Protection Act. Let's make sure there is freedom of choice for everybody in this country. Thank you all very much.
Let's hear it again for Representative Judy Chu and the Women's Health Protection Act. Does anybody else want to be a cheerleader with me? We need some. Here, I'll throw some. Okay, ready? You got to catch. Okay. Oops. Who else wants some? Here we go. I'm just going to throw them. Ready? Catch. One more. Yes. We need some more cheerleaders for abortion storytellers. Okay, once again, the next speaker is a good friend of mine and somebody I love deeply. I swear I mean it every time, you guys. I do. The next speaker is the co-director and co-founder of Access Reproductive Care Southeast, ARC Southeast, making sure that people's abortions all across the Southeast are funded, accessible, making sure they got somewhere to stay when they have these ridiculous multi-day procedures because you got these 24-hour, 72-hour, whatever, how many I made up hours. It's ridiculous, right? But here's the thing. If you're in the South and you need an abortion and you need it funded, you need somebody's hand to hold, you need somebody to make sure you get a ride to the clinic, ARC Southeast is there for you, as are all abortion funds that are there for you across this country. So I'm really excited to bring to you, to this stage, Oriaku Njaku.
Good morning, y'all. My name is Oriaku Njaku. I use she and they pronouns, and I am co-founder and co-director of Access Reproductive Care Southeast, also known as ARC Southeast. ARC Southeast is a regional reproductive justice organization based in Atlanta, Georgia. We eliminate barriers to abortion access through abortion funding, logistical support to folks in Mississippi, Alabama, Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, and Tennessee. We also build power, especially with communities of color, to abolish stigma and restore dignity and justice to the process of accessing abortions. Now, I'm not going to speak for everyone here, but I would argue that about 99% of us recognize the situation that we're in is a beautiful, frustrating, emotionally taxing, hot mess, and that 100% of us are trying not to go into 2022 and beyond fighting the same fight in the same way to protect our basic human right to receive health care, including abortions. We deserve better. So I'm inviting all of us to take 3 deep breaths. Now, I know, when you're used to doing the most, this may seem a little ridiculous, but I promise it's going to be okay. So the first breath is to acknowledge and honor the reality of what this world was like before Roe. The second breath is to take note of how you are presently feeling and how you are showing up in this work. The last breath is to imagine a world where reproductive justice is a reality. How does it smell? How does it look? How does it taste? How does it feel? How does it sound? How is your mind and your body and your spirit and your heart? In a world where reproductive justice is a reality, who do we become? In my vision, we live in a world where your zip code, your age, your documentation status, income, disability, race, indigeneity, gender, sexuality, honestly, everything does not create barriers to accessing abortions. A world where folks can get all the fully funded abortions they want, plus more, without having to leave their communities. A world where cis heteropatriarchy and white supremacy can no longer create laws and systems that tell us how to live because we have created systems where we all can thrive. And this future will be fueled by unconditional, radical, revolutionary love. This vision for reproductive justice is so dreamy, and I wonder what it's going to take to have a proactive forward stance and how we make this a reality in our lifetimes. Protecting or codifying Roe will not change the reality that abortions are not accessible for so many of us. There is a future beyond Roe, and that future invites us to truly have control over our lives. We know we cannot trust politicians and judges to make this dreamy future come true. But let me remind you that we are in control of our destinies and are always in choice. I know ARC Southeast and other abortion funds and practical support organizations are deeply committed to liberating abortion and making sure that the material conditions of people in our communities are being met through mutual aid. We will continue to fund abortions, provide logistical support, and build power regardless of the abortion bans in our states or whatever SCOTUS decides. If you are watching and feel called in this moment to join a movement and liberate abortion, just know we are looking for co-conspirators in this moment, willing to do whatever it takes to make sure we all have everything we need, no matter what, for ourselves, our biological, chosen, and found families. But before you make this leap to joining us in this movement and joining the folks in Mississippi and all across this country to make sure that reproductive justice can become a reality, you should ask yourselves this question that we ask everyone who comes into ARC Southeast. How far are you willing to go for our collective liberation? Thank y'all.
Give it up for Oriaku, ARC Southeast, and all abortion funds. That is such a good question. Are you asking yourself, how far are you willing to go for abortion liberation? Seriously, how far? Because I'm willing to go to the end of the world and back. Who's with me? Okay, our next speaker came all the way from Oklahoma. Do we got any Oklahomans in here? Hey! Shout out to the Midwest. I'm from Illinois. Midwest is best. So, our next speaker is the co-chair of the Oklahoma, sorry, hold on, let me pull the spreadsheet, man. The co-chair of the Oklahoma Call for Reproductive Justice, and with the ACLU of Oklahoma, Tamia Cox-Turay.
Hello, abortion freedom fighters. Let me make some noise. Let me hear y'all. Where are the freedom fighters from the South? Where are y'all? How about the Midwest? Where are y'all? See, us in the South and the Midwest have known what it's been like to live in a post-Roe era because of all the restrictions that they've passed for so long. My name is Tamia Cox-Turay, and I'm the executive director of the ACLU of Oklahoma, and I serve as a co-chair for the Oklahoma Call for Reproductive Justice. And while I hate to be here, I love to be in community with all of you, all of those fighting for abortion rights and continue to fight. Both organizations are made up of fearless individuals that stand up every day, like you, to protect the rights of individuals to make health decisions that are best for them. When Texas lost access, the strain that it put on providers in Oklahoma was great. But like providers everywhere across this country, they made sure that they showed up for work and provided the best care they could for all, despite the zip codes that they came from. See, Oklahoma is no stranger to constant attacks on abortion access. We have had similar laws introduced in our state and sometimes signed into law. However, we have been able to rely on our courts to serve as a backstop from stopping these dangerous laws from going into effect. And the idea that that is threatened now scares us in Oklahoma, as I'm sure it scares you all. I've been involved in abortion policy and politics for the last 15 years. And only in the last year have I seen a shift in how anti-choice legislators talk about anti-abortion bills. For years, we have been fed the line that these harmful bills are about patient safety, that these bills are about patients and helping them. But we know now, as we know then, that these are just false claims, that these bills are entrenched in white supremacy and patriarchy and do nothing to help the lives of patients. And at least in Oklahoma, their messaging has changed recently. Their messaging became clear that the only purpose of these multiple bills was to ban abortion through whatever policy lie they could make. But you know whose message hasn't changed? Ours. We have always centered patients in our work. Our bodies have always been those and belong to those that need the best healthcare decisions for them. What message hasn't changed is that we trust people to make the best healthcare decisions for them, and we will continue to do that. And our bodies are never up for debate. That does not change regardless of what happens behind us. We still hold true to these tenets. Regardless of what decision comes out this courtroom, we will continue to work as hard as I hope you all do, and to ensure that Oklahomans and people across this country get the abortion care that they need, and most importantly, the abortion care that they deserve. Thank you.
Hey, y'all, I'm back again. Are y'all ready for what's next? Look, Houston is in the house today. H-Town, stay down. Yes, I want to bring out my homies, Houston Hoochies, Mia. Come show them how H-Town do.
It's Nia, I'm sorry.
It's Nia, y'all, I'm sorry.
Good morning, everybody. So my name is Nia Jones, aka Head of the Hoochies. I am the co-founder and president of the nonprofit organization called the Hoochies of Houston. Hey, Hoochie. We're a group of bad bitches from Houston, Texas that are dedicated to the social and systemic equity for all Black women through legislation, coordinated social media campaigns, and grassroots efforts. I'd like to thank y'all for having me out here today to speak against yet another attack on the agency of people's bodies by our government. Now, if y'all know anything about me or the Hoochies, y'all would know that I don't particularly care for professionalism or holding my tongue for the comfort of white people. So my speech will be filled with a whole bunch of how I feel. I hope that's okay, but I also don't give a damn. So, let's go. Anyway, look at us, y'all, at the steps of the damn Supreme Court. Okay? This is a very historic place. As a matter of fact, Roe v. Wade was actually passed here. Do y'all remember that? And look at these degenerates trying to revoke it. But anywho, this is a very historic place. And with that in mind, I want to talk about some historic things that have happened here. Like in 1965 with the Griswold versus Connecticut case, which upheld the right to privacy about decisions on contraception. Or in 1973 with the Doe versus Bolton case, which overturned the Georgia law that prohibited abortion except when necessary. And shoot, even as recent as November 22nd, 2021, when the Supreme Court refused to block the Texas abortion law that would make it illegal to receive an abortion after 6 funky-ass weeks. This courthouse has seen plenty of fights for our reproductive rights, okay? This place is no stranger to hoochies with coochies. But somehow we're back here again to express our disdain and horror for another attack on the agency of our bodies. The Mississippi abortion ban is just as egregious as the one in Texas, making it illegal to have an abortion after 15 weeks of pregnancy. These laws affect all of us, but we know exactly who it's going to affect the most, and that's poor Black and brown people. And you know what really had me fucked up was the fact that Mississippi has a slew of other problems that they probably should be worried about, but they're not. Like, let's talk about the fact that Mississippi has the highest number of children living in households with below poverty income. But you worried about, okay. Or how about Mississippi having the highest infant mortality rate in the country? What is that? But you're worried about me. And I hope y'all didn't think I was going to let Texas off the hook. I'm about to light their ass up like a barbecue pit. Texas had 400 children placed in unlicensed foster care homes in just June of this year. Children have gone missing while under the care of the state. Just last winter, we was freezing our asses off because of our raggedy-ass power grid. But this is what you're worried about? It's not adding up and it's not making any sense. If y'all care so much about the lives, heartbeats, and physiological well-being of children, why aren't you trying to make life better for actual children that are walking around, living and breathing amongst us? All right. And not even to mention that in Texas and Mississippi, the maternal mortality rate is absolutely ridiculous and disproportionate in terms of the way that Black women are affected by it and anybody else. So my thing is, there are children that are alive and well that could definitely use your damn attention, but I guess that our lawmakers just don't care about these kids. Or maybe they just care about being able to tell us what the fuck we can do with our bodies instead. And I think that might be the case. But either way, y'all got me fucked up. And y'all have a whole lot of other things that y'all need to be worried about. And it's very interesting to see where everybody's interests lie. The Hoochies are demanding that the Supreme Court uphold Roe v. Wade by putting a stop to this egregious abortion ban. We're also demanding that local government in Mississippi and Texas, specifically Governor Tate Reeves and Governor Greg Abbott, we're demanding that you all take more tenacious action in solving the problems that actually affect your state and its citizens. And until action is taken, the Hoochies will be on your ass like green on grass and white on rice. Okay? Taking away people's right to an abortion is not at all the noble act any of you cretins that authored the law or support it think it is. This is a violation of the law and human rights. And to put it to you in Hoochie terms, very bluntly, this is my body, ho. You cannot tell me what the fuck to do with it. And if you don't want an abortion, don't fucking get one. Thank y'all.
Yo, oh my God, what's that? Amazing. H-Town represent. It's my body, ho. I like that. Okay, so we're going to do a quick mic change to the people who are out here on live stream. It's going to take about 5 minutes. So we're getting ready to have a dance party. And while y'all out here, what y'all think about this pro mind your damn business? You can get one. Follow me on Instagram at Abortion Diva. Click the link, and you can have one just like me. And you can also tell these folks out here to pro mind their damn business. It's the only pro they need to be.
We got another abortion storyteller. I told you, this is just all abortion storytellers all day, every day. This is my dream, right? So our next speaker is Viva Ruiz. Yeah, some of y'all know who she is. So she's an artist, performer, and she does the work, Thank God for Abortion. So please give a warm welcome for Viva Ruiz.
Hey, everybody. Yeah, we're going to be loud. Is this loud enough? I'll be louder. Good morning to you lovers of abortion access, and good morning to you only. I am Viva Ruiz. My pronouns are she and they. I'm an Ecuadorian New Yorker, a retired sex worker, a gig economy worker, and a queer and fluid artist. So I've been given a calling since 2015 to say as often and as loudly as I can, I've had 2 abortions and God loves me. I've had 2 abortions, God loves me. It's been our job to stand in broad daylight to tell that truth and invite people into that knowing with me. Thank God for Abortion started as artwork around my story, then in a t-shirt, then community forum, performance music, it goes on. We are the party people in the abortion landscape invoking joy. We didn't see ourselves in the movement. This is how we tell our story. But although this thing originated through me as an artist, everyone is invited, regardless of your relationship with or without spirituality or connection to any of my experience, because TGFA is a very effective trolling technology, illuminating the hypocrisy of anti-abortion demonium. Apologies to demons. Let it be known, however, I am a true believer, and I know in my bones that I stand with God's Spirit Creator in the blessed assurance that when we have the ability to care for our own lives, when we have the access to forge our own destinies, we are in great service to our divine selves. We are in great service to our communities and to God's Spirit Creator. As God lovers, we know that to force pregnancy on a person is to turn a blessing into a blasphemy. We will not bow to the colonnators' condemnations today. Not when we all know both abortion and God are older than the church and older than the state. These devil's lies are not going to work today. And to you atheists and agnostics, I know, why are we even up here? There's supposed to be a separation of church and state, but that we have never seen that in our lifetime. Sadly, we know this government has never not had Christian bias, has never not had patriarchal bias, has never not been rooted in white supremacy. So if we must bring God into this court, into this rally, let's be clear, they started it. You want to talk about God? Let's talk about God. Me and God are like this. If we must bring God into this, let it be known, God is totally 1,000,000,000% fine with abortion. I know, because that's my story. That's what I felt in my own personal relationship with Spirit, held and affirmed and even more loved than before my abortions. And you can all stay mad at that. It is not a coincidence. Today is also World AIDS Day, a time to remember how the church with the state turned against people who are in the margins to deadly effect. That's what they've always done to protect their power. In response to that violence, we saw the radical resistance of ACT UP be born. ACT UP, together with abortion rights activists, disrupted church services with this chant: health care is a right. Health care is a right. Say it with me. Health care is a right. Health care is a right. One more time. Health care is a right. Health care is a right. Systemic racism is why the rate for HIV transmission has always been disproportionately higher for Black and brown communities. Just as systemic racism is the reason Black and brown communities today are disproportionately affected by blocks to abortion access. AIDS is not over, but straight white cis people might think it is. In the same way, every day we talk to people whose race, gender, and or class allow them the comfort of thinking everyone has had abortion access since Roe v. Wade. That's not true. Abortion has never been accessible to all. How will you burn those bubbles of complacency? I ask you to do that, and I'll tell you it's fun to find ways to do that. Trust me, we know. In conclusion, the most important thing I want to impart to you, we have more power than we have been led to believe. I want to testify to you, we have seen firsthand hearts and minds change about abortion. We've seen it. Over the time we've been in this work, be encouraged. You have more power than you think. Be encouraged. Every conversation is important. Every intervention has an effect. The cultural shift is in progress, and you are a part of it. Donate to independent abortion clinics. Say that every day. Spread the word that clinics like Jackson Hole Women's Health in Mississippi are doing the heavy lifting with the least resources. I leave you with a prayer for your well-being and strength for what is coming, because no matter what happens in these White Houses, I know for a fact that this pro-abortion train is bound for glory. Can I get an amen? Go forth, tell this good news. We who know that abortion is a human right are the majority, and we're going to start acting like it. Go forth and tell them that abortion justice is impossible without a commitment to the liberation of trans and gender nonconforming people, aka God's favorites. Go forth, tell them we are already the miracle of life. Go forth, tell them we will never stop caring for people who need abortions, no matter what the law says. And tell them your friends from Thank God for Abortion, no, we have no conflict between God and abortion. Thank you and be blessed. I love you. Thank you.
Let's give it up for Viva Ruiz. That headpiece is amazing, and I need one of them. I really want one. All right. So our next speaker, when I was a kid, I grew up supportive of social justice issues and values. Like I said, my mama's over there. So she used to take us swimming at the YWCA. And, you know, there were other kids who went swimming other places, but it was really important to me that we went to the YWCA because they work on ending racism and making sure folks who are experiencing domestic violence are supported. And so I didn't realize as a kid how much that mattered, that we were supporting organizations that supported women and queer people and folks of color across this country to live safely. So it feels really exciting for me to introduce the interim CEO of the YWCA, Alicia Rhodes.
Good morning. I'm going to try that one more time. Good morning. Okay, when I say abortion is, you're going to say essential. Abortion is? Essential. A little louder. Abortion is? Essential. All right, so we're all here today in the middle of COVID while a third or fourth strand kind of circle around us because our lives, the lives of our future, the lives of so many millions of women and people that can bear kids are at stake. We are here today because states like Mississippi and Texas decided that they can tell us what to do with our bodies. But we're also here today to say bans off. So when I say bans, you're going to say bans. Thank you. Thank you so much for being here today. Thank you so much for showing up and showing out. We need you and we appreciate you. I could not be prouder. I'm exhausted because I'm exhausted of fighting. I'm exhausted of having to fight for my survival. I'm exhausted of having to fight just to be Black. I'm exhausted of having to defend my gender, and I'm exhausted of having to defend the fact that I should just be able to make a decision because I'm a human being. But I'm here, and I'm getting all of my energy from all of you, and I'm getting all of my energy from the fact that we are united in the fact that abortions are essential and abortions are also a health care need. Abortions are health care, right? Yeah. So as you know, I represent the YWCA, and for more than 50 years before Roe v. Wade, YWCA has supported people's rights to choose whether or not they want to have a child. And we are going to continue to support a person's right to have a child or not. We are always going to show up, and we knew that there was no way we were going to stand on the sidelines while the Supreme Court or any other state in the United States decided what we were going to do with our bodies. So we're going to say bans every day, all day. So for all of you here today, while we stand up and we show out for young women who, if this Supreme Court decides to reverse Roe v. Wade, will know and will be the first generation in almost 50 years to not have access to a fundamental right to choose. As we stand here and we fight for their rights, I want you to also remember that the fight is beyond today. I want you to stay connected to your local associations. I want you to go online at ywca.org/act. I want you to call your senators every single day and urge them to pass the Women's Health Act so that we never have to come back here again, so that no state or federal government or Supreme Court or anyone in this country can feel like they have the right to tell us what to do with our bodies. I want to thank each and every single one of you for showing up. And when I say abortion, you're going to say abortion is bands off. Woo!
Let's give it up for the YWCA! And seriously, a special shout out to my hometown local YWCA, which in Evanston, Illinois, because they both had a DV shelter and swimming, which was amazing. So I love it when the community comes together and it's like, we're going to show up for folks. So our next speaker is a physician with the Society for Maternal Fetal Medicine. I see we got the Society for Maternal Fetal Medicine over there. All right. Where my doctors at? Hey. Where my doctors in training at? I know there's a couple of y'all out here. Hey. Have fun passing those boards. So I'm excited to bring up to the stage Dr. Layla Zahedi.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Layla Zahedi. I'm a maternal fetal medicine physician from Tennessee, a mother, an advocate for abortion access, justice, and rights. I am honored to stand here today representing the 5,000 members of the Society for Maternal Fetal Medicine across the country, proudly saying abortion is health care. As high-risk pregnancy experts, maternal fetal medicine physicians like myself have been actively following today's case from the start. Most recently, we submitted an amicus brief to the Supreme Court that relies on the best science and dispels the myth being propagated by the state of Mississippi that fetuses can experience pain during early pregnancy. As physicians caring for people with complicated pregnancies and making sometimes challenging decisions, we will not sit back and watch while states try to pass lies as legislation. Mississippi's claims simply are not true. What is true? Abortion access is imperative to what I do every day as a high-risk pregnancy physician. I speak out today for all of the patients I take care of and who would ultimately be harmed by these lies. I speak out for those who have a desired pregnancy with an unexpected, devastating diagnosis and want to prevent suffering and grieve how they need to. I speak out for the patients who are in the midst of miscarrying and need medical assistance that can be pushed out of reach because of abortion restrictions. I speak out for patients with a health condition where pregnancy puts their lives at risk, and for all of their families and loved ones and communities who are with them on their journey. For people across the country, abortion is health care. Abortion is safe, and abortion can be life-saving. Yet bans like the one being heard today are filled with misinformation and do real harm to pregnant people. We cannot let Roe v. Wade fall. We must protect access to abortion. As a physician who takes care of people with the most complicated pregnancies, I will always fight to protect their access to abortion care. Abortion care is essential to healthy communities and healthy families. Abortion care is health care. Thank you. Woo!
Let's give it up for our maternal fetal medicine docs. Yo, shout out to the doctors. They're amazing. Okay, so who's got pom-poms? You need to put them up. Okay. So I want you to bring all of your abortion positive love for our next speaker. She is Executive Director of Unite for Reproductive and Gender Equity, URGE, Kimberly Inez McGuire.
Give it up for the best pro-abortion cheerleader I have ever seen. My name is Kimberly Inez McGuire, and I'm here as a queer Latina, a survivor, and a new mother. This morning when I left my daughter, I told her, Xiomara, today I'm going to fight for your future. I am also the Executive Director of URGE, Unite for Reproductive and Gender Equity, the only national reproductive justice organization that centers the leadership of young people. URGE is building young people power by centering and resourcing the leadership of young people of color, young Black and brown folks, and young queer and trans folks. We defend abortion, we're transforming culture, and we are mobilizing young voters in the South and the Midwest where our right to exist is under attack every single day. In places like Alabama, in places like Texas, and in places like Kansas. The young people of URGE are envisioning a liberated future where we can love freely, where we can live with justice, where we can express our genders and sexuality without restrictions or stigma or shame. Young people are dreaming this liberated future, and it's time for all of us to follow young people's leads. I'm here today outside the highest court in this country to say that young people are abortion positive, and we will have abortion justice. And the court has an opportunity to affirm what we already know, that decisions about pregnancy and parenting belong to the people. But even if they fail to uphold our basic rights, they cannot take what is rightly ours. Our families belong to us. Our bodies belong to us. Our pregnancies belong to us. And our abortions belong to us. And whatever they do up there, we will do what we need to. We will drive each other across state lines. We will hold each other's hands. We will fund each other's abortions. And we will teach and learn how abortion pills can allow us to safely and effectively manage our own abortions, regardless of what they say. And while we care for each other, we will fight. In every state house, on every campus, in every community in this country, we will demand and create change. And we will win. How are we going to win? We will win by joining forces to defend our democracy and the right to vote so that the abortion-positive will of the people can prevail. We will win by following the leadership of Black women, young people, and queer and trans people. We will win by fighting as hard for the trans young people whose humanity is under attack by the very same legislators who are coming for abortion rights. Our liberation is joined and our humanity cannot be divided. We will win by naming and dismantling white supremacy wherever we find it. Because abortion bans are racist. Say it with me. Abortion bans are racist. The Hyde Amendment is racist. And these anti-abortion extremists here today are racist. We deserve better. We deserve a future. We deserve a future that is worthy of young people's liberatory dreams, free from restrictions, coverage bans, and laws that force young people in front of judges and strangers just to get the abortions that they need. We will not stop fighting. Whatever the court does, whatever legislators do, our abortions belong to us, and our communities are undaunted. We will have abortion justice. Thank you.
Let's give it up again for Urge. Okay, so this morning we heard a lot from the House of Representatives, but we need the Senate to do some action, right? We need the Women's Health Protection Act to be passed in the Senate. We need the EACH Act to be passed in the Senate. We need to get rid of the racist filibuster that is keeping us from being able to access our rights and pass all this legislation. So our next speaker is literally the speaker or the Senate, guardian of all of this, the Senate, Senator Chuck Schumer.
Thank you, everybody. It's great to be here, and I thank everyone for coming out today. And thank you to the Center for the Reproductive Rights, our great friends at the National Abortion Access Coalition, for organizing. Let's have a round of applause for them. To my Senate colleagues, particularly Senators Murray and Blumenthal, thank you for coming here and standing on the side of women's rights. And let's give it up for all our health care providers, advocates, patients, and families, especially people from New York. Friends, this is not the first time we've gathered on these steps to defend abortion rights in this country, but it may be the most important time in 50 years. Inside the walls of this courthouse, the Supreme Court is hearing arguments on a case that represents perhaps the greatest threat to Roe and Wade that we've seen in a generation. A case that could unravel decades of legal precedent and reshape women's health care in country as we know it. From the moment Roe was decided, the far right has fixed their sights on one goal: to overturn Roe and undermine women's fundamental rights to choose. So let me say this. The right has packed our courts with extremist judges. They have passed draconian restrictions in states like Texas and Mississippi. But for all their efforts, we are here to say we will not be intimidated. For all their efforts, we're in one voice. Abortion is a fundamental right. We will not let right-wing ideologies to tell women what to do. Stand by. As Majority Leader, I will bring the Women's Health Protection Act to the floor of the Senate for a vote. It won't be an easy fight, but we will not back down. Most Americans want to keep Roe v. Wade. Those people are in the minority, and we're not going to let them determine women's rights. Are we going to let Republicans undo women's right to choose? Are we going to stay quiet as they try to turn back the clock? Are we going to give up or waver when the going gets tough? No, we're not. We're going to keep working, striving, and fighting to preserve this constitutional right and protect abortion across the country. Thank you. On to victory.
Give it up for our Senate Majority Leader, Chuck Schumer. We're going to take this fight all the way to the Senate. We will protect abortion access, no matter what this court says. So, they're getting louder because here's why. They know one of the We Testify storytellers is about to come to the stage. So, all the way from Florida, co-director of the Florida Access Network, We Testify storyteller, and she just testified before Congress about these bullshit 6-week bans. Please welcome to the stage, Stephanie Pineda.
I'm short as fuck. Good morning, y'all. My name is Stephanie Lorraine Pineda. My pronouns are she, her, ella, and I'm a Puerto Rican poderosa, a survivor of sexual assault, a bisexual woman who has had 2 abortions, and the co-executive director of Florida Access Network, an abortion fund in Florida. For 50 years, Roe has laid the foundation for access to abortion in this country. But let's not get it twisted. It has always been the floor. And what we deserve is nothing less than justice. I am outraged that we're still out here protecting that floor because abortion stigma forces people like me who have had abortions to stay silent or feel ashamed about accessing health care. Having an abortion is nothing to be ashamed of. Needing an abortion is nothing to be ashamed of. So to the politicians out there who do not see us for what we are, the vanguards of our own destiny, I'm here with a simple message. Fuck abortion stigma. Abortion bans and restrictions are tools of racism, sexism, and homophobia. We know that because we see the immediate impact of these bans on members of our community who have been historically excluded and ignored from ensuring they receive the health care that they need. What happens in Mississippi, Texas, or any other state's fight for reproductive oppression becomes the blueprint for Florida's anti-abortion lawmakers who are ready to pass whichever abortion restrictions will stick. Whether it's 6 weeks or 15 weeks, all of these restrictions are extreme, and we demand that our elected officials fight for what we deserve, unapologetic abortion justice. I don't have to imagine the stigma and the undue burden placed on people seeking abortion care in this country. I see it every day at my abortion fund when we help people navigate these bullshit restrictions and fundraise their abortion care. I experienced it when I was 17 years old, and I couldn't safely tell my parents that I needed an abortion. So my right to an abortion was in the hands of a judge who didn't know me or know my life. I was able to get my abortion, but I didn't have to go through that to get health care. These restrictions have real consequences on the people in your lives too. So I leave you with this. Todo el mundo ama a alguien que ha tenido un aborto. Everyone loves someone who had an abortion. And I want you to repeat after me. I love someone who had an abortion. I love someone who had an abortion. And I actually want to close with this. Fuck abortion stigma. Thank you.
Give it up for Stephanie Pineda. Give it up for fuck abortion stigma. Okay, so our next speaker is coming all the way from Georgia. I love her so much because she's a total badass. She's an abortion storyteller. You may have seen her literally knocking on the doors trying to make sure we can all vote in Georgia. It is Georgia State Representative Park Cannon.
Hey everyone, what's up? Let me see your fists in the air. Keep knocking, keep knocking, keep knocking, keep knocking. Today we are knocking on the Supreme Court. Today we are knocking on the Supreme Court. Today we are knocking on the Supreme because we have experienced abortion and we love people who have experienced abortion. We are not afraid and we will not go back. Did you know in the state of Georgia, we are currently receiving people seeking abortion from over 8 states, possibly 12, because of the bans that are being passed, because of the lack of care that is being given in supposedly clinics that can help people like crisis pregnancy centers, and because of elected officials who do not take this seriously. I am here today as a Georgia state representative who is very clear. I do not regret my experiences with abortion. I am proud of Planned Parenthood and the Feminist Women's Health Center and the organizations that are providing the care for people to receive access to abortion right now and today, which is why we will continue to pass proactive legislation in the state of Georgia. Please continue to look out for legislative session as these bills will be coming very quickly. I want to remind you how the 6-week ban got passed in the state of Georgia. One Democrat is how the 6-week ban got passed in the state of Georgia, who is still elected today. I stand here with the Center of Reproductive Rights to say it is not about party line. It is about people's understanding of lived experience. Do not take any elected officials for granted on this issue. Please contact them immediately. What I want to share with you, though, is what we already know. We will continue to protect abortion access regardless of what happens, because we understand that self-managed abortion has been happening since the beginning of time. Can you say self-managed abortion? We have to continue to destigmatize why families choose self-managed abortion and how we can continue to support families in situations of need like this. We have partnered with 49 abortion care providers as well as online telemedicine services to take information in from 19,000 residents across the United States about what is happening with self-managed abortion. In these 29 states, we know that 80% of our partners fully completed this data collection. This is a very complete data set. Ultimately, who is self-managing abortion? Namely, white women. After that, Black women. After that, Latinx folks. So it's all of us. This is not an issue that we can stigmatize based on race. What age group of people are self-managing abortion right now? Ages 20 to 24, 25 to 29, 30 to 34, and 35 to 39. All of us, this is not about age. What education of people are self-managing abortion today? Those who have some college, namely, those who have bachelor's degrees, and those with master's degrees. This is not about education. This is about the state of abortion access in our states, which is why we are asking for continued knowledge around pill access, knowledge around these considerations, and knowledge around use. We will continue to stand for abortion access regardless of how they try to stigmatize us or pit us against ourselves. My name is Park Cannon. I will keep knocking, and I thank you all for being here today.
Keep it going for Representative Park Cannon. Awesome. Okay. So our next speaker is the Executive Director of the National Asian Pacific American Women's Forum. Yes, I did that right. Sun Young Chamorro.
It is a beautiful day to fight for abortion rights, everyone. My name is Sang Yan. I'm the executive director of NAPOF. NAPOF is the only organization in the country dedicated to building power with Asian American women and girls. And Asian American women and girls have been pushed off and sidelined for too long, and we cannot be ignored. Attacks on abortion rights threatens everyone who can get pregnant. This especially is true for low-income people, people of color, immigrants, and especially those without status. At the intersection of these communities is one group that's too often forgotten, my community, the Asian American Pacific Islander women and girls. AAPI women overwhelmingly support abortion access, and we demand to be heard. 93%, hear me again, 93% of us believe that women own the right to make our own reproductive choices. And yet, the model minority myth throws up a barrier to health care, including abortion access. No matter what Supreme Court decides, the truth is abortion is a fundamental human right, and we're at a moment to advance together in a fight our fundamental rights and freedom, and collectively we will strengthen the rights that belong to all of us. I want to thank each and every one of you for being in this fight, because it is so much more than yelling into a microphone. It is about our fundamental right to live a full and thriving lives as human beings. So thank you for being here today.
Give it up for Shania! Okay, so our next speaker is a dear friend of mine. She is the president of Physicians for Reproductive Health. She makes the best damn biscuits I've ever had. And I love Popeye's biscuits. She's an amazing abortion provider here, right here in Washington, D.C. Please give it up for the amazing, the incomparable, Dr. Jamila Perez!
What's up? What's up? What's up? Now, I knew she was going to bring up the biscuits. I had a feeling. Good morning, afternoon, good day. My name is Dr. Jamila Parrott. I use she, her pronouns, and I am the president and CEO of Physicians for Reproductive Health. I am a board-certified obstetrician and gynecologist, and yes, I provide care in my own community, the community that cared for me in my hometown in the District of Columbia. We are here. Welcome to my home. I am so grateful to everyone who spoke this morning and honored to hear your stories and be in community with all of you. And while I'm glad to welcome you to my home, under the circumstances we are gathered, they are extremely dire. We're here today at a pivotal moment for abortion access in our country. Those long-held fears that a day without the legal protection of Roe, which has only served as the floor for abortion access, is indeed upon us. And as we speak, the Supreme Court is deciding whether they will protect abortion access for our communities in the state of Mississippi and around the country. They weigh this decision as our friends, as our families continue to need our support, to need our love, and to need our care. The unfortunate reality is that despite the protections that the legal framework like Roe provides, it has never been enough to ensure true access to abortion care for everyone who wants or who needs it. And this could not be more apparent as we all work to support our friends and our colleagues and our loved ones in Texas who've been under the dangerous restrictions of SB 8 for almost 3 months. For many pregnant people in Texas, the promise of abortion has become an empty one, a blatant lie. We've heard stories of how nightmarish this situation has been for many Texas seeking and providing care. We hear stories of our colleagues in Texas who are working to care for their communities but are being required to turn people away. And we hear about how people are fleeing their homes and communities to seek care in Oklahoma, in New Mexico, Louisiana, Kansas, California, my town of Washington, D.C., and the state of New York.
traveling hundreds of miles, spending thousands of dollars, and undergoing immense stress to get safe health care that they should be able to access in their own communities. And for every story we hear of a pregnant person who was able to leave the state to get their abortion, there are many others who don't have the resources, the time, or the support, or the ability to do so. Many others for whom the barriers are insurmountable, forced to remain pregnant against their will, for whom decisions about their families and their futures are being made by politicians who think that they know better. Politics has no place in the deeply personal decisions people are making about their bodies. The truth is that we need access to abortion care, and this does not occur in a vacuum. The majority of people seeking care are already parents. They know what it takes to care for their families. They know what it takes to care for their communities better than anyone else. As a doctor and as an abortion provider, I trust my patients to make the decisions that are best for themselves and for their families. These are personal decisions. These are private decisions. These are medical decisions. They should not be debated in the halls of Congress. They should not be scrutinized and stigmatized by anti-abortion politicians. They should not be weaponized for political gain. The time is now. We must be loud and we must be clear. Abortion is health care. Abortion is safe. Abortion is essential. Abortion is an act of love. It is an honor and a privilege for me to listen to the stories of the people for whom I provide care. I am honored to care for them in a way that allows them to live the lives they are defining for themselves, where they are controlling their bodies, where they are building their families, where they are deciding their futures. Each person that I care for, every family that is working to navigate these circumstances are unique. It is my job to provide care and not judgment. It is an honor to do this work, and it is an honor to share this space with you all. Thank you.
Keep giving it up for Dr. Parrott. Dr. Parrott, will you do my next abortion? Truly, she's amazing. Okay, so our next speaker is with In Our Own Voice, Black Women for Reproductive Justice, Racine Tucker Hamilton.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is an honor to be here with you today, and I am proud to represent In Our Own Voice, National Black Women's Reproductive Justice Agenda. We are a national state partnership focused on lifting up the voices of Black women leaders at the national and regional levels in our fight to secure reproductive justice for all women, femmes, girls, and gender-expansive people. As Black women, we are fully capable of making decisions about our own bodies. We have always been disproportionately impacted by these oppressive laws that limit our right to control our bodies and our lives. The reproductive justice framework demands bodily autonomy and dignity. As the Supreme Court considers Dobbs versus Jackson Women's Health Organization, the court needs to trust that Black people know what is best for us and our families. We know the barriers to accessing reproductive health care have already caused delays in obtaining abortion care or even deny us access to abortion at all. For nearly 5 decades, under Roe, we have been fighting for our right for abortion access. For us, Roe v. Wade has always been the floor, not the ceiling. Today, we are here to demand that the floor not be pulled out from under us. And we cannot settle for just asking the court to just uphold Roe. We must demand real justice, the human right to control our own bodily autonomy. We demand reproductive justice. We demand that decisions about Black women's health be made by Black women, not by politicians, not by judges, or a racist system that inflicts harm upon us and our families. As Black women, we will continue the fight to ensure that reproductive justice is the law of the land in every state. Again, I am honored to stand in solidarity with you here today, and thank you for being here today.
Keep it going for Racina in her own voice. Shout out to Donna, also from In Her Own Voice over here. OG Elder. All the Black folks who have abortions, like myself. Shout out to us. Where are the Black folks at? Hey! Look at all of us. I love y'all. I love us. Black liberation is freedom for all the rest of y'all, so let's do it. So, our next speaker is the Executive Vice President of the Leadership Conference, Vanessa Gonzalez.
Thank you, man. Y'all hear my old knees trying to get up here? Thank you all so much. I want to give a special shout out to the organizers of today's event and to the security team. Without them, none of this is possible. So again, I'm Vanessa Gonzalez, Executive Vice President for Field and Members Services with the Leadership Conference on Civil and Human Rights. And I want to be very, very clear. Access to abortion is access to health care, is access to your civil rights. We cannot have civil rights if we do not have the opportunity to make our own choices. It's impossible. We also need to remember this is not just about this day, and this is not about one issue. Y'all know about intersectionality, right? The brilliant Dr. Kimberly Crenshaw, call her to this space. Intersectionality tells us that if you cannot vote, you will not be able to take care of your family. You could not be able to take care of your community. We're already seeing what they're doing. In state legislatures across the country, they are trying to strip you of your right to vote. And if you can't vote, then you can't help pick judges. You can't help pick senators. You can't help decide the future for your community. And the other side keeps telling us, figure it out, women figure it out, women figure it out. We have been figuring it out. How many of y'all had to figure out what time the pawn shop closes so that you can pawn something so that you can pay bills? I know I definitely did. How many of y'all had to figure out Section 8 housing and all of those demands? I did. How many of you have had to figure out bureaucratic systems that are established to keep Black, brown, indigenous people living in poverty down? All of us have. So this is just yet another step in that war against us, and we will not stand for it. So give me a little bit of si se puede. Si se puede. Si se puede. Si se puede. Thank you so much. You're beautiful. Don't forget to vote.
Keep it going for Vanessa in the Leadership Conference. So I'm really excited to bring up the next speaker. She's my old coworker, actually. So it's the Basri Ghost with the National Network of Abortion Funds. She's the managing director there. She's a head bitch in charge. She's amazing. Who here knows about abortion funds? Who here volunteers with their abortion fund? Who here donates to an abortion fund? Was anybody here funded by an abortion fund? Hey! So please put your hands together for Dabasri Ghost.
Hello, beautiful people. I am Dabasri Ghosh. I'm the managing director of the National Network of Abortion Funds. We are 80 grassroots local organizations funding abortion and building power in service of our moral right to make our own pregnancy decisions. Who's here from an abortion fund? Yes, love to see it. I'm also a proud board member of the Abortion Liberation Fund of Pennsylvania. Shout out to Philly. And I'm a mama of 2 babies who deserve a better world than one where we are punished, criminalized, shamed, and shut out of the healthcare we all deserve. So check it out. Right there in those walls, 9 unelected people are trying to decide our fate, the fate of millions of people who will want or need an abortion in the years to come. And it's true. It's true. The fate of legal abortion in half this country is literally up for debate. But what abortion funds know is that people have been denied abortions for decades. Hundreds of thousands of you call abortion funds every year because your insurance doesn't cover it, because 90% of counties in this country don't have an abortion clinic, because you're young and your parents don't approve, because you are navigating racist, misogynistic, xenophobic, transphobic abortion bans that are trying to tell you in no uncertain terms that your lives don't matter. But when you call an abortion fund, you hear a different story. We tell you, you do matter. You do matter. And your ability to not afford your abortion, that is not your fault. That is a systemic injustice. That is a handful of bad faith actors making decisions they have no right to make. So get ready, y'all. We're going to get loud. We're going to get unapologetic. We are going to liberate abortion. We're there with you in your most private moments, and we're there with you in the most public ones, shouting from the rooftops, liberate abortion! So this is it. Abortion funds to the front. We are up. The time is now. This is our moment. This is the moment we will tell our children's children about how we fought for them, how we showed up for each other. So if you're not with us yet, join us. We need you. We want you. Donate right now to the Mississippi Reproductive Freedom Fund, to the Yellowhammer Fund, to Access Reproductive Care Southeast, because together we will not cede our collective power. We will not cede our moral righteousness. We will fight and fight and fight. And we will not stop until abortion is affordable, accessible, affirming of all identities, and available in all communities. So who's with me? Let's liberate abortion! Thank you. Love your abortion fund.
Give a shout out to the Korean National Network of Abortion Funds. Okay, our next speaker, I really need y'all to really put your hands together. So she's another personal hero of mine. She made headlines recently. Well, first off, she made headlines for her huge win to represent St. Louis. Yeah, where's our Missouri folks? So she came from her workplace right over there at the Congress, whatever that's called. She's really inspiring because she decided to come forward and share her abortion story, even as hard as it was. So I want you to really give a loving, warm welcome to Representative Cori Bush.
You know, there was something that we used to say out on the streets when I was back out on the streets of Ferguson during the uprising. We used to say, whose streets? And the response was always our streets. And so as we stand in front of this place, and the question is, whose courts? Whose courts? Whose courts? Whose courts? Whose courts? That's right. And so we got to remember that. We got to put that back in their faces, that we are the people and the court belongs to us. So again, my name is Congresswoman Cori Bush, and I'm here as the St. Louis Congresswoman. I am a pastor, I'm a nurse, and I'm a lover of liberty, and I'm a lover of justice. So much so to when I was young, I was raped, I became pregnant, and I chose to get an abortion. I know many of you heard the story, but that's why I'm here today with all of you to declare that abortion care is a constitutionally protected human right, and we are demanding that it stays that way. So why are we here? Justice. What do we want? Justice. And when do we want it? Why are we here? What do we want? And when do we want it? So justice, that is what this building is supposed to represent. Notice I said supposed to represent, but the history of this court hasn't always lived up to that. From the abolition of slavery and the ending of corporate greed from immigrant rights and LGBTQ rights and reproductive freedom, for too long we have had to fight for our basic rights. We have had to put our bodies on the line to demand freedom that belong to us already. Today we're here to say there is nothing just about a far-right Supreme Court determined to oppress us. There is nothing just about a far-right court that perpetuates harm on Black and brown people. There is nothing just about a far-right court that reinforces human rights abuses. And that's what this is. It's violence. It's violence. It's abuse. It's a crime against humanity. Let me say that again. It's a crime against humanity. Mississippi's 15-week abortion ban will lead to millions of forced pregnancies. It's a violation of our sexual and reproductive rights. Our freedom, it isn't up for debate. Our basic rights are not up for debate. So I'm here to say that this building can get it wrong. This building cannot get it wrong. What they need to know is that we are powerful. We are powerful. This movement is powerful, and no, we won't back down. We won't back down. We won't back down. Too many lives are on the line. If this court of mostly white men judges single-handedly chooses to rewrite our nation's policy on abortion, pregnant people, pregnant people, pregnant people, pregnant people, pregnant people, and our most marginalized communities will die as a direct result. And this won't stop with Texas. We've seen that already. Republican states like my home state of Missouri are watching and waiting, eager to follow suit. So this court cannot give them permission. People already believe that institutions like this court, they don't serve us. We've seen it time and time again. For Black and brown people, for women, for queer folks, for immigrants, and it's justified. So I promise all of you this. I will put my body on the line for freedom. Will you put your body on the line? I will put my reputation and my name on the line. Will you put your reputation and your name on the line? I will put all of me on the line for freedom and for justice. Will you put yourself on the line? We want freedom. We want justice. We want freedom. We want justice. We want freedom. We want justice. And we demand it now, nothing less. Thank you.
Keep it going for Congresswoman Cori Bush. Okay, so some of y'all saw But oral arguments are over, and our lawyers have come out of the court. So if you can see, Julie Rickleman from the Center for Reproductive Rights is right over there. So let's give her a warm welcome. Shout, Julie, 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 Julie. Yes! Okay, so our next speaker, she just started her new job, like what, last week? brand new, she's 2 weeks in. So our next speaker is the president of NARAL Pro-Choice America, Minnie Timarashu.
So I don't know about y'all, but I needed that sermon from Cori Bush, right? I needed it. I needed it in my soul. We needed that, right? So, hi, as Renee said, my name is Minnie. I'm on my third week at NARAL Pro-Choice America, but I couldn't be more thrilled to be here and joining you today. I want to thank each of you for being here. I also want to make sure that everyone gathered in Mississippi today knows we stand in solidarity with them. So let's give a lot of love to Mississippi. So loud they can hear it in Mississippi, in Jackson. Because that's why we're here. That's why we're here. Seeing all your beautiful faces, all of your beautiful, beautiful faces, brings me so much hope. Cori Bush gives me hope. Center for Reproductive Rights and Julie give me hope. Together we make up the movement for reproductive freedom, and together we will meet this moment and fight whatever comes our way. This year, we've already seen a record number of attacks on abortion from extremist politicians with a cruel political agenda. More than 100 restrictions on abortion access have been enacted at the state level this year, making 2021 the worst year for abortion rights since Roe v. Wade was decided. They are determined to interfere with our personal decisions, the decisions we make about our families and our futures, decisions that extremist politicians have no place in. At the core of these attacks is the same old sinister agenda that has empowered the anti-abortion movement for decades, maintaining white patriarchal power no matter the cost. And those of us marginalized at every turn by our systems and institutions, communities of color, immigrant communities like mine, members of the LGBTQI plus community, and people with disabilities are bearing the brunt of the attacks. And I'll be frank with you, this is a terrifying time. We are facing our worst nightmares come true and our most dire predictions after the 2016 election. We raised the alarm then. We cannot be alarmist enough now. What happens next will shape the future of abortion access in this country for decades to come. But I know no matter what the future brings, we are in this together. The 8 out of 10 Americans who believe in the right to legal abortion, the majority of Americans who believe in the right to a legal abortion, we are here and we are ready to face any challenge. We have to remember, we are the majority. Can we say it again? We are the majority. We are the majority. We are the majority. We are the majority. And don't ever let them forget that we are the majority. These attacks are going to be relentless. We are going to be relentless too. We will not back down when our lives and our families and futures are on the line. We will continue to expose the dangerous extremists and their efforts to rig the system against the majority of voters and our values. So we're going to work hard. We're going to work with the Senate to pass the Women's Health Protection Act in order to protect the right to abortion throughout the country. But more critical, fundamentally, we have to fight to pass legislation to protect our freedom to vote. We will fight for voting rights because we know that the fate of reproductive rights is connected to voting rights. We are tied together. The Senate must swiftly pass these critical bills. We cannot allow any obstacles, including the filibuster, a Jim Crow relic, to stand in our way. Got to get rid of it. We got to get rid of it. Every person in this country, no matter who they are, where they live, must have the freedom to make their own decisions. We will give this fight everything we have because we know that freedom is fundamental. Wicked woman, wicked woman. Really? Why not? Why not, right? I mean, I kind of like it. Maybe I'm going to change my Twitter bio or something. Wicked woman. Let's do it. All right. I'm going to wrap it up. NARAL and our 2.5 million members from every state and congressional district are already mobilizing for 2022. When Election Day rolls around, there will be no question where the majority stands. When you put our rights on the line, we are going to come for your seats. That is a promise you can count on because we are the majority. Thank you so much. We're in this together.
Can I get another round of applause for Minnie? All right. This party is just getting started because our Supreme Court is ours. And so I'm here to ask you a very important question. Whose court is it? Whose court? Whose court? Whose court? Whose court? Whose court? I can't hear you. Whose court? 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 What do we want? When do we want it? What do we want? Justice. When do we want it? What do we want? Justice. When do we want it? What do we want? When do we want it? What do we want? When do we want it? Thank you. One round of applause. Woo!
Okay, so our next speaker is again a very, very dear friend of mine because she's a We Testify storyteller. She's a federal strategies manager at All Above All. She is just an amazing poderosa, an amazing friend, an amazing guide, and an amazing storyteller. Please put your hands together for Daniela Ochoa Diaz.
Thank you, Renee. Hola, hola, mi gente! Hi, everybody. My name is Daniela Diaz. I'm the Federal Strategies Manager with All Above All and a storyteller with We Testify, and I'm thrilled to be here with all of you today. We are a catalyst for abortion justice. Repeat after me. We are a catalyst for abortion justice! We are fighting for a future where abortion care is there for anyone who needs it. That means abortion is affordable, available, and accessible. Are you with me? ¿Están conmigo? I am Venezuelan. I am an immigrant, and like many Latinx folks in the United States, I had an abortion. Soy venezolana, soy inmigrante, y como muchas personas latinas en los Estados Unidos, yo tuve un aborto. My abortion made me feel freedom in ways that I had never experienced before. Al tener mi aborto, me sentí libre, una libertad nueva para mí. My abortion is my freedom. It's the manifestation of my agency, and I made the right decision for me. I am here because I want to build a world, un mundo, where you and your loved ones can also make the best decision for you. Free from shame, free from stigma, and free from political interference. Así es. Yo estoy aquí para que tú y los tuyos también puedan tomar la mejor decisión para sí mismos. I was fortunate to be supported in my decision, but right now we know all too well that's not the case for everyone. There are folks out there, Black people, brown people, indigenous people, young people, trans non-binary people who are working to make ends meet, who are being denied their freedom and agency because of abortion restrictions that keep them from making the best decisions for them. They're being denied insurance coverage of abortion because of harmful policies like the Hyde Amendment, which for 40 years has pushed care out of the reach of people already more likely to be marginalized by our healthcare system. They're being forced to leave their own communities to get the care that they should have been able to get where they live. Enough is enough, or as we say, basta ya, right? Say it with me. Basta ya! Basta ya! Basta ya! Basta ya! It's time for a world where abortion care is available for anyone who needs it. It's time for a world where all of us, not just some of us, can make the best decisions about our lives and our futures that are right for us and our families. It's time for a world with abortion justice. It's time to liberate abortion. To our Mississippi abortion providers in the court right now, and I know that you can hear me, mil gracias. Thank you to our Mississippi Abortion Fund and the folks in the South who are supporting their neighbors seeking care. Muchísimas gracias. We see you. Repeat with me. We see you. We see you. We see you. We're with you. We're with you. We're with you. And we will be by your side every step of the way. Repeat after me. Abortion justice para todos. Abortion justice para todos. Abortion justice para todos. Abortion justice para todos. Gracias, mi gente. Muchas gracias.
Keep it going for Daniela Ochoa-Diaz and Alibaba. Te amo, Daniela. Okay, so our next speaker came all the way from Arizona. Please put your hands together for Eloisa Lopez with Pro-Choice Arizona.
We are a powerful movement. I am so excited to be here with you all today. My name is Eloisa Lopez. I'm from Phoenix, residing on Akimel O'odham land. I am the executive director for Pro-Choice Arizona and the Abortion Fund of Arizona. I am a parent, and I've had 2 abortions. Abortions that allowed me to become the proud and loving parent I am today. And I would choose another abortion without hesitation if I became pregnant and didn't want to be. Because for as long as I can become pregnant, abortion will remain an option. I know what's best for my life, and you know what is best for your life. I had my most recent abortion during the pandemic when many states, including Arizona, attempted to block access under the guise of abortion being non-essential medical care, resulting in delayed appointments and a financial crisis that made having an abortion impossible for many. We know damn well that abortion is essential, and cruel restrictions like the 15-week Mississippi ban that was argued today only result in harming all of us, including wanted pregnancies. At our abortion fund, we work with some of our most vulnerable community members, many of who have been failed by our healthcare system, especially people from rural communities, Black, brown, Indigenous, and poor people. Many of us are struggling to pay for housing, food, for quality health care, let alone for an abortion. And we should never be forced to travel outside of our town for an appointment. The government has never prioritized our well-being, and neither do these privileged judges sitting on the bench today. If they uphold this ban, millions more of us in Arizona and across the South and Midwest will suffer the consequences. Abortion is a human right, and we demand unrestricted access to affordable abortion care because every person deserves to have that option. And being here with you today and standing in solidarity with all racial and reproductive justice movements across this country gives me the strength to continue fighting this daily uphill battle until we are all free. We are fighting for our lives, and we will not stop.
I know that abortion funds and independent providers, people who have abortions, and the people who love us will continue to support one another. And we are building toward a future where every person can thrive, where everyone can get the abortions they need, when and how they want, without shame, without fear, and without interference. Thank you.
Give it up for Eloisa! Pro-choice Arizona! I want to give a special shout out to all our queer and trans people who have abortions. You belong in this movement. You deserve to be heard, and I will fight every day to make sure that your abortion stories are supported, heard, and loved. Transphobia is not welcome in this movement at all. On a lighter note, our next speaker, where are all my Jewish folks at? I know y'all were here. Hey! Our next speaker, Sheila Katz, the president of National Council for Jewish Women. Please welcome Sheila to the stage.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sheila Katz, and on behalf of the 200,000 National Council of Jewish Women Advocates across the country, I'm here to say loudly that Jews support abortion access. And happy Hanukkah, by the way. It's only fitting that we are here outside the Supreme Court during Hanukkah, a holiday about bringing light in the darkness and fighting against religious persecution. I am grateful that this country guarantees our freedom to act according to our religious beliefs. These beliefs include our position on abortion. The Torah is clear on this issue. Abortion is not only permitted in Judaism, but in some cases required when the life of the pregnant person is at stake. Restrictive abortion laws, rooted in just one understanding of when life begins, limit our ability to fully practice our religious tradition. We all should be able to make our own healthcare decisions in alignment with our beliefs. If laws like the one being debated here today are allowed to take effect, we not only lose our constitutional right to an abortion, but our constitutional right to religious freedom. Spoiler alert, Jews have abortions. Christians have abortions. Muslims have abortions. People of faith and people of no faith have abortions. Jewish scripture mandates kavod habriot, respecting human dignity. People of faith believe in compassion and dignity. We support the right of every individual to access the medical care they need. And as a reminder, we are commanded to love thy neighbor, not sue thy neighbor. For too long, this country has allowed a small but loud group from the religious right to dominate the narrative around abortion and religion, claiming that abortion access is a violation of religious freedom. So we ask them, whose religious freedom are you trying to protect? Religious freedom in this country is meant to be a shield to protect people of minority faith communities, not a sword to discriminate against us. The Supreme Court is supposed to uphold our constitutional rights, not tear them down. We must not let the goalposts get moved. We must not cede any moral ground in this fight. These are our rights. We must claim them. I want to close with a blessing for our work together ahead, our work to create a world where our rights are not up for debate. May we have the resilience to keep going, even when it feels like the arc of the moral universe is taking too long to bend towards justice. May we always center those most impacted by abortion bans and restrictions to care. May we create a world where nobody ever feels shamed or stigmatized for seeking or receiving abortion care. May we remember that we are the majority and we can and will shape the narrative of abortion in this country. Amen.
Give it up for the National Council of Jewish Women and Sheila Katz. Okay, so they just gave me the report of like what happened inside the court. And y'all, Sonia held it down. You knew a Latina was going to take care of it, especially a Latina from New York. So everybody give a cheer for Sonia Sotomayor. She's going to make sure that all them justices know that we deserve abortion access. She held their feet to the fire. She is going to make sure that we have what we need to be able to thrive and that we actually have abortion liberation once and for all in this country. Speaking of abortion liberation, I'm very excited to bring the next speaker up to the stage, my dear friend. She is my queen of reproductive justice. She's the executive director of Sister Song. Please give a really, really warm and loud welcome for Monica Simpson.
Woo! Y'all make some noise up in this doggone place today. What's going on, good people? Now, I would have much rather been here going to a party or something with you all, but here we are, doing what we got to do because we know what we got to do. Y'all still feeling all right out there? Now, you also know you can't have no Southern black woman come up here and not try to put some on the mic. So can y'all repeat after me a little bit? Can y'all sing a little bit with little sister today? We must fight for freedom. We must fight for justice. It will take all of us to get to the other side. Now, y'all sung that like you didn't know it the first time. We're going to sing it again, and we're going to try to put a little bit more energy into that, all right? We must fight for freedom. We must fight for justice. It will take all of us to get to the other side. All right. Y'all did pretty good. Good afternoon, y'all. We have showed up once again doing what we got to do because we know what's most important for ourselves and for our communities. And so I just want you all to give yourselves a round of applause for being in this space today and showing up in the midst of it all today. I want to give mad love to the freedom fighters in Mississippi today. We're going to keep giving love to them on the ground, doing their thing for their community. We are here because of them, and we have to continue to give love back to them. So can we give a round of applause again for our freedom fighters in Mississippi today? And for each and every storyteller that came up to tell their story in the midst of it all. As we are seeing all of this come against us, their bravery, their ability to stand here and tell their stories is powerful. It is revolutionary. So can we give a round of applause to every single storyteller who has given their story on this platform today? I want to make something plain to y'all, just in case you didn't know. That this fight for abortion justice is a fight against white supremacy. There is nothing more, quote unquote, American, is it, than black folks and folks of color having to fight to survive in this damn country. We know that these particular laws impact our communities, black folks, indigenous folks, folks of color. Y'all, it takes us over. And it takes over our communities in such a detrimental way. And so it takes us moving our leadership to the front in this moment to ensure that our communities are heard, that our voices are heard, that our experiences are heard and seen. And we're going to have to continue to do that every single day until liberation is ours, good folks. Now, our bodily autonomy is central to our liberation. If our freedom to make decisions about our own health and bodies are denied, we as a people are not fully liberated. And I don't know about you all, but I am interested in seeing liberation in my lifetime. You feel me? And reproductive justice has taught me that it is our human right to be able to have the children in the ways that we want, to be able to prevent and end pregnancy without shame and with dignity, to be able to parent our children in healthy and safe environments, to have the bodily autonomy that is ours. And that, to me, good people, is liberation. Anti-abortion laws are not pro-life. I really want to snatch that word from these people who are trying to hold on to pro-life, because they are not pro-life. These anti-abortion laws are not pro-life. They are pro-white supremacy, good people. That's what they are. And these laws that are rooted in white supremacy are downright unjust. And states that continue to implement and uphold inherently unjust laws that disproportionately target black folks and folks of color are upholding a system that shields white supremacy. In case you didn't know, I'm going to say white supremacy a lot in this speech. All right? Are y'all all right with that? Because you know that's what we fighting. Okay. Now, some lawmakers in Mississippi and other places are arguing that states should be able to decide. Sound familiar, right? States' rights in the South is a long-standing argument upheld by white supremacists. They haven't even bothered to come up with anything new. They keep running the same game, expecting the same results, but we are here to give them different results today. Courts that continue to codify unjust laws that disproportionately target us are upholding a system that we no longer want to give any credit to. And it's going to end today, because we are going to continue to do what we need to do to make sure that that thing is gone. Y'all feel me? Y'all feeling me? All right. The facts are facts, y'all. Mississippi is like the third blackest state in the country. But their lawmaking body doesn't even come close to reflecting that at all. Only 27% of their state legislature is black, and only 17% identify as women. Now, that isn't democracy. It is white supremacy. Better yet, it's white patriarchal supremacy at its best. So take a look around, good people. Representation matters. When our voices are at the table, our rights and our autonomy are, when our voices are not at the table, then our rights and our autonomy are on the chopping block. So we are using this moment, y'all, to deepen our strategy. We're doing our thing. I see y'all all across the country doing your thing. And to show the rest of the country what Black-centered and folks of color-centered leadership actually looks like. So I want y'all to tell, I want to tell you this. What happens behind those doors, and thank you for Sonia for keeping it real up in there. But whatever happens behind those doors is what's going to happen behind those doors. What we are focused on is still continuing to win. I want to win. Do y'all want to win? We are going to keep our focus on liberation. We will keep taking care of each other and loving and protecting each other. We will keep building our collective power. We will keep voting and holding the vision for freedom in our hearts. We will keep telling our stories and changing the narrative and changing the culture, because that is what it's going to take in order for us to move from this defensive position to the offensive position. Because, baby, when we get to the offensive position, I tell you this, our opposition better get ready, because we are not stopping once we get the ball. Do you feel me? When we get the ball, things are going to change. When we get the ball, lives will change. When we get the ball, liberation is ours. Do y'all feel what I'm saying, good people? And in the midst of it all, we must keep joy at our center. I know that it's hard when we see all of the things around us, But I just want you to touch yourself just for a moment today. Put your hand on your heart space and remind yourself that you have everything that you need. Remind yourself that we are standing on the shoulders of giants who have done this before us. We are standing together collectively, building a power that is going to change the very nature of this country. And it's going to take all of us staying connected in order to do that. And so we got to stay connected to love. We got to stay connected to joy, because they cannot take that away from us. They cannot take our joy. They cannot take our love. They cannot take the things that are inherently ours. So we have to use that as our power to move us to the position that we want to be in. Are y'all ready for that? Are y'all ready for more winning? Are y'all ready for liberation in our lifetimes? Then let's keep doing what we got to do what we got to do. Peace and blessings, everybody. Thank you all so much for your time today. We love y'all.
Keep it going for Monica and Sister Sun. Here's the thing. A lot of these fights come from the South, right? Because that is where they are using gerrymandering and white supremacy to take our rights from us. All of these cases have come from the South. That is because we need to defend the South. We cannot write off the South. We have to make sure that where black folks live, folks of color live, where everybody in the South lives, that they have every single right that is promised to them supposedly by the Constitution and the Supreme Court. If the South does not have abortion access, no one has abortion access. It's also really critical because today, we're making history, right? We've been making history. We're going to continue making history. But today is the anniversary of when Rosa Parks refused to sit on the bus. And let me be clear, she wasn't no tired seamstress. She was one of us. She was an activist who wanted to make sure that black folks, particularly black women, were able to live and thrive free of sexual violence, free from racism, free from white supremacy. They can tell y'all that she was just tired sitting on a bus. No, she had been fighting for decades, just like every single one of us. And in Rosa's name, we organize. And in Rosa's name, we keep to protest. And in Rosa's name, we fight like hell until it changes. Our liberation is coming from the South. Now, I'm really excited to bring up our next speaker. She's the co-executive director of Healthy Free Tennessee, coming from the South. Please put your hands together. Put your palms up for Breonna Perry.
Good afternoon, y'all. How y'all feeling? My name is Breonna Perry, and I hail all the way from Tennessee. Make some noise for the South. Make some noise for the South. The South got something to say, y'all. I am the co-executive director of Healthy and Free Tennessee, a state-based reproductive freedom advocacy organization fighting against harmful systems and helping to envision new liberatory structures. Tennessee and the South more broadly suffers from diminished access to reproductive care compared to the rest of the country. Rural hospitals in Tennessee are closing, y'all, due to a failure of our state legislature to expand Medicaid. And we only have 7 clinics that provide abortion care in our state under an increasingly hostile political environment and restrictive regulations that are part of a strategy to make it harder to provide care. Pregnancy, postpartum care, and abortion access are abysmal in Tennessee. Pregnant people in our state often have to drive just as far to receive maternity care as they would to receive an abortion, at times more than 100 miles. Tennessee is also one of the states that has passed a trigger bill as well as a constitutional amendment stripping protections for abortion. And just this year, in 2021, our our state legislature passed a bill that could allow a fetus's next of kin to file a wrongful death lawsuit against pregnant people who experience pregnancy loss or against an abortion provider. It's clear. It's clear, y'all. If we lose the protections of Roe v. Wade, we will most certainly lose access to abortion care in our state. And pregnant people would experience more harm and criminalization. These dehumanizing measures are part of a larger web of reproductive oppression. The separation of families through the child welfare system, incarcerated pregnant people routinely being denied reproductive health care, including access to an abortion, criminalization of substance use during pregnancy, forcible sterilization, and the countless ways the state decides who is allowed to be a parent. Everyone who is not white and middle class. It excludes everyone who's not white and middle class. At Healthy and Free Tennessee, we approach this fight for abortion access from an invest-divest framework. We believe that we must divest from harmful systems that oppress us, like the criminal legal system, a system that also criminalizes pregnancy outcomes, and invest in our families and communities. For us, this means that the fight for abortion access is deeply tied to abolition. The policing of our communities is rooted in reproductive oppression and the denial of bodily autonomy. Period. At the heart of reproductive justice is the right to bodily autonomy, including the right to make decisions about our bodies free from discrimination and live in communities free from violence, police violence, incarceration, reproductive coercion, and white supremacy. We must fight these attacks as a united front and connect how stripping away abortion access is deeply intertwined with the policing and controlling of our communities. Until we abolish this, we will not achieve reproductive justice. We will not achieve reproductive justice until we abolish this. Divest from policing and criminalization. Invest in the resources our communities need to thrive, including and especially abortion care. Thank you. Woo! Keep it going for Breonna Perry. Hey, y'all. Girl, shut up. So, I want y'all to turn around because here's the thing. We were talking about liberation abortion. Look who fucking left. We still here. You know why? Because we will make sure that everybody has abortion access because we are dedicated to this cause. So, our next speaker. I'm like, wait, bring it up. Yeah. I was like, wait, are we doing Lori? Sam, yes, sorry. Hi. So, our next speaker is a patient advocate from Planned Parenthood. Please welcome to the stage, Sam Blakely.
Hello, everyone. Yes. Again, my name is Sam. I'm going to move this a little bit. My name is Sam, and I live in Mobile, Alabama. I am currently the membership organizer for Black Feminist Future. I'm so proud to see some members up here sharing their story, telling us, giving us the tea. 4 years ago, I was raped by a coworker one night. A few weeks later, I realized I was experiencing nausea, cramping, and other unusual symptoms. My period, which for me had always been regular, fortunately for me, never came. I took a pregnancy test as soon as I got to my apartment. It was positive. This is the worst I have ever felt. I screamed into my shower curtain. Even through the storm of emotions, I knew I had to end this pregnancy. I started Googling and I learned quickly that there are many unsafe ways to end a pregnancy. I heard from a friend that there was a Planned Parenthood health center in Montgomery, and I went there to see how I could get a safe abortion. I arrived early morning in late March for my abortion. The only person I told was my rapist. And he paid for it. After that day, I wanted to go through life not ever thinking about what had happened to me. But I think about the kind and courteous staff at the health center who were so great to me. I was tired of being afraid, so I started telling my story. Through telling my story, I began to not feel so alone. I met other people who had had abortions, and we fought against abortion bans in Alabama. I joined the National Storytellers of Planned Parenthood, where I learned how to improve my skills of storytelling for collective action. And I realized, y'all, I love organizing. I now organize for an amazing organization, Black Feminist Future, where we work towards that, a Black feminist future. And what that looks like, y'all, is winning material conditions for Black women, girls, gender expansive people. Because once Black people are free, we are all free, baby. Yes. Right now, we are currently fighting the forms of oppression in abortion bans through our Abortion is Freedom campaign. We squad up to fight abortion bans and imagine a future where courts, and elected officials cannot decide our fate. Check us out at Black Feminist Future to learn more about the work that we do, y'all. My journey has helped me not only understand that abortion is essential health care, but that abortion is freedom. It is already so hard to get an abortion in the South, y'all, especially for the most marginalized. Black folks, queer folks, trans folks, poor folks, disabled people. And still so much is at stake with this case. I worry about people in situations like me. To the Supreme Court justices, please go to a place of empathy and hear our stories. For me, having an abortion was not a question. I would not be here today if it were not for access to safe, legal abortion. I never asked to be an activist. I asked for access. This is not a political game. This is our lives. Thank you so much. Can we finish out with an abortion is freedom, y'all? Abortion is freedom. Abortion is freedom. Abortion is freedom. Thank you.
Keep it going for Sam. Okay, so the next speaker bringing to the stage is my girl, Lori. So Lori is not only a phenomenal organizer and an abortion storyteller. She founded the Mississippi Reproductive Freedom Fund and is the executive director of the Yellowhammer Fund, which ensures folks in Alabama are able to access abortion care no matter what. Please welcome to the stage, Lori Bertram Roberts!
Hey, y'all. How y'all doing? So I come with lots of messages today from the South, from Mississippi, from Alabama, and my own abortion story. which is the story of how I couldn't get an abortion and how I held that stigma and that shame for years, right? Because I was a turn-away patient. It's why I do this work. I was 18 years old. I was pregnant and I didn't want to be. My doctor had told me if I had another baby within a year, I could die. I had just had a C-section. My children, my daughter right there, and my other daughter at home are 14 months and 2 days apart. Anyone who knows anything about obstetrics, like Dr. Joya, will tell you that is not safe. And so he had recommended that I discontinue my pregnancy, but I didn't have enough money. And so Planned Parenthood could not help me. As nice as they were, as kind as they were, as compassionate as they were, they had to refer me to another clinic once I had the money, and that clinic was 3 hours away, and I couldn't get there. And I didn't have the money to get there because it would have cost me so much to my household. I couldn't care for the kids I already had, which were 3 at 18 years old. So I had that baby. I love her. I dare antis to tell me I don't love my child because I wanted an abortion. Fuck you. I love her, but that does not mean I did not endure trauma, that we didn't end up being homeless, that I didn't have to drop out of school. I didn't get back to school till I was 25. And it doesn't mean that I didn't end up pregnant again, because healthcare is structured in a way that is hard for people like me, who are black, who are poor, even though I'm light-skinned, who are black, who are poor, who are young mothers, who are divorced. You understand what I'm saying? Like, it's harder for my darker-skinned sisters, but it's hard for all of us out here. You understand me? And in the South, it's even worse. We have folks who get abortion funding from us and have to wait 6 months to get an IUD from the health department. So when these Republicans want to talk about why people have so many abortions, and when y'all out here shouting about black genocide, also, fuck you. Because I don't see y'all out here fighting for better access to birth control. I don't see y'all out here fighting for better access to TANF. Shut the fuck up. I don't see y'all out here fighting for better access to diapers. I don't see y'all out here fighting for better access to housing. I don't never see none of y'all out here at protests for better access to clean water in my city. I don't see y'all out in Flint acting a fool for better water for them neither. And it can't be genocide when you raising the babies of a nation of black people. Dare you to call me a genocide person when I have 8 black babies in my house that I'm raising plus a grandbaby. I cannot be committing genocide when I'm raising black children and I'm a black woman. You can't commit genocide when you are creating and raising the culture you belong to. So y'all can miss me with that. It's the same thing with reason bands. White people want to talk about we need reason bands to keep people from aborting black babies. But their reason is that white women are pressured to abort black babies. That sounds like a white people problem. That don't sound like a black people problem. That sounds like y'all Christians need to gather up your racist people in your churches and get to work on some anti-racism, not a ban. So every time I hear an abortion ban coming down, but you're not doing nothing that would help prevent abortion, and you're not doing nothing to help cultivate families, I call bullshit. Because in my state, we're the poorest state. We have the worst education system. We have no Medicaid expansion. We have the highest gonorrhea and syphilis rates. We have one of the highest HIV rates. Alabama's the same, and it's one of the most dangerous places for black women to give birth. So, miss me with your concern for black children, because y'all not concerned with black children once they're here. Y'all don't care about our babies when they shot in the streets. Y'all don't care about our babies when they locked up in jail. Y'all don't care about our babies when they're not educated. So hush, shh. I don't want to hear it. Shh. And I'm going to close this out with saying the Mississippi Reproductive Freedom Fund and the Yellowhammer Fund serves everyone. That means Trump supporters. That means fundamentalist Christians when they come to get their abortions. And I pray with them, and I tell them all the same thing. Romans will tell you nothing can separate you from the love of God. Y'all have a nice day.
Keep it going for Lori Bertram Roberts. Okay, our next speaker is the president of the National Birth Equity Collective. Please welcome to the stage Dr. Joya Career Perry.
Oh, it's been a long day. Hey, y'all. Y'all feeling all right? I waited a long time to get here, but we're not leaving until we get this done. All right. So I had good morning, but I'm not saying morning anymore. Good afternoon. Reproductive justice leaders, reproductive health allies, family, friends, survivors, and co-conspirators. I see y'all all out here. We don't need allies. We need co-conspirators. I am Dr. Joya Career Perry, a Black mama from the Deep South who is an OBGYN and the president and founder of the National Birth Equity Collaborative. And we create, we create transnational solutions that optimize Black maternal infant health, sexual health, reproductive well-being for Black folks and folks around the world. And today I'm standing here on the steps of the Supreme Court because I'm mad as hell. For too long, across this country, we have been fighting the same battle. Black mamas, babies, and villages are valuable and viable. Enough is enough. It is shameful and a disgrace and injustice that our justices sit inside those hallowed laws with a lack of regard for reproductive and sexual health and well-being for millions of people. Abortion restrictions are not about protecting Black women's health. In fact, states that pass the most abortion restrictions are refusing to do things like pass Medicaid expansion, like have free child care. Mississippi has one of the highest rates of maternal deaths in the world, yet claims to be protecting and upholding maternal health by passing a non-scientific viability restriction. And let me say, it is no secret that these bans are rooted in white supremacy. I'll say it again for my friend Monica in the back. White supremacy, gender oppression, and religious fundamentalism. Black women do not need abortion bans. Black women need justice. We need access to the full range of reproductive health care, including abortion and infertility treatments. And Black women need the Supreme Court of the United States to uphold the human right to reproductive freedom and bodily autonomy. Abortion restrictions are an attack and a violation of our civil rights. As descendants of the enslaved, we are clear that being able to make a medical decision privately with our family and a provider on if or how we will ever form a family is something that we can no longer be a wedge political issue. We have been debating states versus human rights in this country since the Civil War. And Mississippi, goddamn, my body is my business. There is and will never be a states' rights feminism. And this is no matter what the New York Times says. The National Birth Equity Collaborative has submitted an amicus brief in September on behalf of millions of Black women across this country because we know that abortion bans create hardships. So today, I have 3 quick points that I want you to internalize. Number 1, we must censor racism as the root cause of poor health, access, and outcomes for Black mamas, babies, and their villages. There is no Black gene. There are Black folks don't make poor choices than white folks. All of this has always been a white supremacist lie. Structural, interpersonal, and internalized racism are the root causes of racial health inequities because a belief in a hierarchy of human value based upon skin color was created by racists. The Mississippi abortion ban is continued upon a legacy of reproductive oppression, stratified reproduction, population control, reproductive coercion, white supremacy, and eugenics codified since the days of Bell v. Book. Number 2, it's time for all of us to reimagine engagement around the issues of sexual health and reproductive well-being. We can no longer work in silos. Reproductive justice requires us to center the needs of the most impacted. Those of us who work in maternal and child health, reproductive health and rights, gender equality. We must work together to end racism, classism, and gender oppression that are killing us all. Political battles around abortions as a wedge issue to protect babies from whom? Protect babies from whom? From mamas? That makes no logical sense. Who are we protecting? Who is the state protecting the baby from? That lie has run its course. We must have a comprehensive approach at the federal level to address sexual health and well-being.
We, along with 150 organizations, are continuing to call for a White House Office of Sexual and Reproductive Health and Well-Being. This office will create a permanent infrastructure to develop strategy for promoting sexual health and well-being. We desperately need Black women, trans women, birthing people, low-income women, people in the Deep South, people in inner cities, Indigenous sisters, everybody needs and required to have a comprehensive approach to sexual and reproductive health. Because our president agrees that health is a right and reproductive justice is the way to codify that right. So to the justices who sit in this court behind me, I'm rooting for you. I am. Because I want what will history say about you? Hopefully it will say that you ended the 400-year debate between states' rights versus human rights in the United States of America and say that we deserve it to all have abortion as essential. Thank you.
Give it up for Dr. Career Perry! So, our next speaker, how many of y'all had abortions as young people? Yeah? How many of y'all had abortions as young people under the age of 18? In more than half of the states across this country, young people have to go ask a judge, a complete stranger, to be able to have an abortion. They actually don't get to enjoy the promise of Roe without having to go see a judge if they're not ready to tell their parent, guardian, or whoever they legally have to report to. So organizations like Jane's Due Process work to make sure that young people in Texas have the lawyers they need to be able to go to court, which they have to take time out of school to do, go to court and be able to access their abortion care that was promised to them. So when we say liberate abortion for all, we mean literally liberate abortion for all, including young people, especially minors who are unable to access abortion care whenever they want it. So with that in mind, I want to welcome to the stage Irma Garcia from Jane's Due Process.
Hey, everyone. I am also a Texan, but also from Houston, and I know there's a lot of Houston hotties here today, so where y'all at? Woo! My name is Arma, and I fight for reproductive rights for teens, and I do it in Texas. I am a native Texan, but today, along with all of you, am here in solidarity with Mississippi as they fight an unjust and racist abortion ban. In solidarity from another state that knows this court must respect the legal right to an abortion. In solidarity, knowing that even when abortion is legal, abortion access is not a reality for far too many. As the client services manager at Jane's Due Process, every day I help young people in the South exercise their bodily autonomy by obtaining abortion care through the judicial bypass process. I witness day in and day out the trauma and challenges that young people go through because of harmful anti-abortion laws like the ones being challenged in court today. Abortion bans and restrictions are designed to hurt people who are working to make ends meet, as we've talked about all fucking day. Abortion bans and restrictions are hardest on Black, Indigenous, and other people of color, LGBTQ people, and young people. Young people must work twice as hard to make it past the barriers that push abortion out of reach. Teens face intense judgment for simply taking control of their bodies and making their own healthcare decisions. Access to abortion is a human right. Human rights shouldn't come with age restrictions. Until we all have complete control of what we do with our bodies, we are not equal nor free. We envision a world where our culture respects that each of us can make the decisions about pregnancy and parenting that are best for our lives. A world where young people are met with love and compassion for their decisions, whether that's to continue or end a pregnancy. For the people of Mississippi and for all of us who need abortion care, we will do what it takes to fight this ban. And we will do what it takes to make sure people get the abortion care they need. More than 30 states deny young people the power to make decisions about abortions for themselves. Will you do what it takes to make sure young people get the abortion care they need in your state? Let's start right now. Will you join me in raising your voice in a chant right now? Abortion is essential for everyone. Let's send young people our love. Let's let them know we will support them. And to young people in Texas, Jane's Due Process is here for you. I will continue to hold your hand and support you with whatever decision you make about your body, even when the people closest to you will not or cannot. Your body belongs to you, and you deserve to live a life with no fear and determine your own future. Thank you.
Give it up for Irma and Jane's Due Process. I can't believe y'all are still out here. I'm getting energized. We need you some exercises. Everyone, how your back's doing? Okay, yeah, some stretch. She's like, no, my back not okay. I feel you. Okay, so we have like our last 5 or so speakers. And so the next speaker that I'm bringing to the stage is a dear friend. She's representing the ACLU. It is my friend, Jess Aarons.
Hello, you beautiful people. Woo, give it up. Thank you for still being here with us today. Thank you for sticking it out. Hope you're doing well, enjoying what is at least a beautiful day. My name is Jessica Aarons. My pronouns are she, her, and I'm with the ACLU, where we are fighting in all 50 states, D.C. and Puerto Rico, to ensure abortion access for all. I am so honored to be here with you today. 3 months. The Texas abortion ban has been in effect for 3 fucking months. That's 3 months of wreaking havoc on people's lives. 3 months of making them scramble to find the abortion care they need in time or have a child under conditions that feel utterly impossible. The Texas and Mississippi abortion bans aren't identical, but their goal is the same: to push abortion care out of reach and deny people the right to make deeply personal decisions for themselves. Sadly, forced pregnancy is nothing new. It's as old as the country itself, going all the way back to chattel slavery. But our history doesn't have to be our future. Our Constitution promises us something better. It guarantees to everyone, and I mean everyone, the freedom to control our bodies and determine our own futures. But as we all know, freedom can't defend itself. And that's why we must fight for freedom everywhere, in the courts, in the legislature, in the voting booths, and here in the streets. But not just at the Supreme Court or across the street in Congress, but in the states too. You know this. In this year alone, states passed more than 100 abortion restrictions, and approximately half the states are poised to ban abortion as soon as they get the green light from this court behind me. And we know that abortion bans harm the most those who already face discriminatory barriers to health care: people of color, immigrants, LGBTQ plus people, folks with disabilities, and those struggling to make ends meet, and so many more. But for every Texas that's controlled by politicians relentlessly seeking to deny our rights to health care, dignity, and bodily autonomy, there's a New Mexico, where a broad movement led by women of color successfully repealed a decades-old abortion ban and removed the threat of criminal punishment for providing people with the health care they need. For every Mississippi, there's an Illinois that just became the very first state ever to remove barriers to confidential abortion care for young people. That's right. That's right. Absolutely. So these victories should absolutely be celebrated. But they are not enough. They are never going to be enough. Your rights should not depend on where you live. No one should have to leave their home state or even their community to travel to get the health care they need. And that's why we deserve a nationwide solution that will fix this crisis that millions of people across the country already face and countless more will experience if this court continues to turn its back on us. In the meantime, we will wage this fight state by state. We will wage this fight state by state. We must, and we will shore up access to abortion care where we can and continue to find ways to connect people to the care they need. I believe in us. Do you believe in us? I believe in us. If we stay focused on our vision for the world that we want to build, where these people are so rude. But if we stay focused on our vision for the world that we want to build, where we can make personal healthcare decisions without political interference, and where we get to decide for ourselves whether and when to create the families we want, I know we will get there together. Thank you.
Give it up for Just Areas and the ACLU. Also, this is the sound. So let's do some chanting. Liberate abortion! Liberate abortion! Liberate abortion! Liberate abortion! Liberate abortion! Liberate abortion! They're gonna hear us. We're gonna get there. We will liberate abortion in our generation. We are the liberate abortion generation. Speaking of the Liberate Abortion Generation, our next speaker is with the Women's Right and Empowerment Network. Please welcome to the stage, Maya Ward!
Y'all, honestly, I don't mind. It's some great background music, so we'll just go with that. But continuing the trend of advocates from the South, my name is Maya Ward. I am a 25-year-old cisgender woman of color from South Carolina. And I am lucky enough to be here speaking to you all today, representing not only myself, but also the incredible organization that I work for, the South Carolina Women's Rights and Empowerment Network. WREN is a statewide nonprofit with a mission to build a movement to advance the health, economic well-being, and rights of South Carolina's women, girls, and gender-expansive people. And WREN is the only statewide gender justice organization in the state of South Carolina. South Carolina, a state that is not very friendly to reproductive rights. And so earlier this year, South Carolina passed its own 6-week abortion ban, and it's gearing up to pass a lot more. I know, boo. So as part of WREN's work, we organize people all across the state to mobilize against that ban. One of the big things that we do is getting regular people involved in the legislative process. So at every stage, as the bill made it through the legislature, we were sharing status updates, and we were asking people to get involved by emailing, by calling, by tweeting, but most importantly, by using their voice. We needed people to come testify at subcommittee hearings for the bill. So often, these subcommittee hearings are full of preachers, pastors, anti-choice extremists, and we really need to bring in the people who would actually be impacted by a 6-week abortion ban, because those are the voices that really needed to be heard by these legislators. And as I was posting and sharing and asking people to come testify, I realized I am one of the people who would be impacted by a 6-week abortion ban. And I had not yet signed up to use my voice. And I thought, if these legislators are going to be listening to all of these old men who are never going to be impacted by an abortion ban, then they should also have to listen to me. Right? And all of us. And so I signed up to testify, and I was obviously absolutely terrified. But when the time came, I spoke from my experience. And I said that to me, abortion is a good thing because access to abortion means opportunity. It means choice. It means I have the ability to become who I want to be and to eventually become the parent that I want to be. Because when we're talking about abortion bans, that choice is key. We're obviously out here defending our right to abortion, but we're out here also defending our right to make the best choices we need for our own futures. Because ultimately, that's what's being taken away. So, no matter what happens with this Mississippi case, we need y'all to use your voice. There is no doubt across the nation there will be countless bans and restrictive bills passed. In my home state of South Carolina, our legislative session hasn't even started yet. It starts in January, but there have already been dozens of restrictive bills introduced in pre-file. And so I'm encouraging you to use your voice not only by calling and emailing, but also by showing up at rallies like this, but at committee hearings, at public forums, at any opportunity you have to make the people who pass laws actually listen to the people who are impacted by them. I'm pledging that in the coming year, I will do my best to use my voice whenever possible, and I'm challenging you all to do the same. Thank you. If you'd like to learn more about what REN does, you can visit our website at scwren.org, or you can follow us on social media at REN Network. Thank y'all so much.
Give it up for Ren! So I want to give a shout out. We have a state representative here. This is Roger Montoya. He's a state representative of New Mexico. He's out here. So not only is New Mexico often a destination for folks who need later abortions, shout out to Beth, but also they actually just got rid of their 1906 ban on abortion, making sure that people will have access no matter what this court does. So shout out to our progressive Southwest states and our legislators, like State Representative Roger Montoya. Thank you for being here. Awesome. All right. It is my pleasure to introduce our next speaker. Again, she's another one of our We Testify storytellers. And yes, I love her dearly because it's funny. So when we were here at the rally in March 2020, right? At that point, she had not yet had her abortions, right? She is one of the folks that we are fighting for to make sure that abortion access is here for everyone. And when I say today, tomorrow, and forever, I literally mean today, tomorrow, and forever. So I cannot wait for you to hear my love, my heart's We Testify storyteller, Loretta Lee.
Talk to him. Okay, y'all. I know we've been out here all day. We've been out here forever, but I'm going to need some more noise. Period. Again, I need some more noise. Period. Hey, y'all. My name is Loretta. I am an abortion storyteller with We Testify and Advocates for Youth, and I am also on the board of an abortion fund, Access Reproductive Justice. Give up some noise for Access Reproductive Justice. Yes. I am Black. I am femme. And I've had 2 abortions. Not 1, but 2. I love it so much I did it twice. And you know what? I don't regret them. You know what I do regret, though? The barriers that I had to face in accessing these abortions. And I have to tell you that as happy as I am to be here and to see all of your beautiful faces and all the gear, I'm going to need some hats, y'all. I'm disappointed. I'm angry. And I can't believe that we still have to be out here demanding access to healthcare, demanding abortion access. And in fact, the last time everyone was here at the Supreme Court demanding abortion access, I didn't know that in just a few weeks I would be getting my first abortion. So last year in March, at the beginning of the pandemic, after the state of Ohio got shut down, I realized that I might be pregnant. My uterus was heavy, and my period was only 2 days late. But one thing about me, if I don't have anything else, I'm going to have a period. So I knew that I was pregnant. I didn't have a ride, so I had to go to the Uber to the nearest grocery store to go get a pregnancy test. And I didn't have any money. So doing that was already a costly decision because you have to Uber to get there and then pay for the pregnancy test and then Uber back. I had set aside some money for my bills and my groceries that month. And as a full-time student,
when a worker who actually had just got let go from the campaign that I was working on like a week before, and a Medicaid recipient, I didn't have the financial resources to pay for the abortion, and I knew that immediately when I found out. I knew that I was pregnant. In fact, the cost of the first trimester abortion in the state of Ohio actually costed more than a month's worth of rent in my apartment. So luckily, I was able to receive the financial assistance from the abortion fund. Women have options. I'm gonna need some more noise. Period. And when I got home, I hurried to the bathroom and took the pregnancy test. And from the store, I got home and took the pregnancy test, and I was pregnant. You already know. I was positive. The pregnancy test was positive, and I needed the abortion. But Ohio's raggedy government officials ordered abortion as non-essential and tried to shut down the clinics. So that delayed me. But with the help of the abortion clinic and an amazing friend who shall not be named, I know y'all got bounties on our heads, I was able to get my abortion. They made sure that when I said I was pregnant and didn't want to be, I got the care that I needed, and that is so important. But that wasn't my only pandemic abortion. I got my second abortion in the state of California, and I assumed that it was going to be easier because they didn't have all those restrictions that Ohio had, but it was still hard. I had a hard time finding a place that accepted my insurance and covered my abortion, and when I was finally able to book and attend an appointment at the clinic, I was informed that during my ultrasound that the fetus wasn't able to be seen at the moment. The doctor came in and told me that I had to wait because they needed to be able to see the pregnancy to make sure that it wasn't an ectopic pregnancy, which would have endangered my life. So this reminded me again, hell yeah, abortion is essential. Period. So I got my second abortion, and now I'm here speaking to you, all of you today, to make sure that all of us have access to the abortions that we want at any time for any reason. Me having my abortions were actually some of the first times in my life that I felt like an autonomous human being, and I feel all the more powerful because of it. I also think about how my abortions and the reasons in which we are gathered here today signify a common issue: the need to liberate abortion, period. I want to create a world where our reproductive fates aren't determined by how much money we have, because one thing about me, I'm going to be poor for a minute, we have or where we live. I've been there. And I've been met with ridiculous barriers when accessing my abortions in two completely different states, both geographically and politically. So I'm here to tell you that Roe has never been enough, period. My hope is that we all protect abortion access and continue to fight to make sure everyone has access to abortion care, again, at any time, for any reason. And if you've had an abortion, know that your reason is the right reason. The wind trying to knock me off my game. And as we say, we testify, everyone loves someone who what? Period. And always remember, when in doubt, liberate abortion and mind your fucking business. Like, really, y'all are going to have to hop off my ovaries. Period. Thank you.
Keep it going for Loretta. Liberate abortion. Period. Okay? So our next storyteller is also a We Testify storyteller. And also, he's the senior research analyst at Repro Action, and they are here to share their story with you. Please welcome to the stage, Kara Mailman.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. My name, as Renee said, is Kara Mailman. My pronouns are they, he, and when I was in college, I self-managed my abortion. So I'm going to give y'all the short version, and the short version starts with this. When I was in college, a guy that I was seeing casually tried to force a serious relationship I did not want onto me by poking holes in all of my condoms and getting me pregnant. Now, for some context about me, I am yet another Southerner. I grew up in Georgia. I am a lapsed Catholic. I used to go to the March for Life as a child. And so I grew up with an aggressive amount of abortion stigma. So while I immediately knew that an abortion was what I wanted and needed, I had no idea how to access it. And I didn't have anyone I felt I could turn to. I know I couldn't talk to my parents. And even though most of my friends were pretty progressive, I still had been ingrained in this culture of shame for so long that I felt like I couldn't ask anyone for help. So when I saw that the nearest clinic to me was over an hour away by car, a thing I did not have at the time, I decided to do a little research and I learned how to herbally self-manage my abortion. And I will never regret that. I am so grateful that I was able to find a way to take my abortion and my reproductive care into my own hands. But there are some things I wish that I could tell past Kara, and these are things that I want other young people, especially other young people who have had anti-abortion stigma shoved down their throats from a young age. Here are some things I want you to know. Abortion is normal. Abortion is nothing to be ashamed of. Abortion pills are safe, they are effective, and they are fucking magic. And I had no reason to be ashamed. Your friends are more likely to support you than you think. I'm grateful for my abortion. I'm grateful for the friends who, when they found out what had happened, came and provided for me. Shout out to Mike. If you're watching this, thank you for those tacos. I am going to keep this short, but before I step down, I just want to say, as we face yet another ridiculous anti-abortion restriction, fuck safe, legal, and rare. Abortion should not be rare. Abortion should be safe, legal, free, and accessible to anyone who wants one. Thank you all so much.
Give it up for Kara! Okay, so our last speaker is amazing. I'm just so honored that Indigenous Women's Rising has been doing so much amazing work to make sure that Indigenous folks across this country, in particular in the Southwest, have access to abortion care and are centered in this movement. So I am super excited to bring to the stage Nicole Martin, who is a sex educator and co-founder of Indigenous Women Rising. Please welcome to the stage, Cole.
Yat abine Nicole Martin in a shed tachini in a shle kisani bushes chi chuju dasha che kisani dashinale. Hello everyone. My name is Nicole Martin. I introduce myself in Dinef Bazan. Whether you like it or not, it's the language that saved this country during World War II. But I'm not here to praise this country. If you know anything about Indigenous Women Rising, we're an abolitionist organization. So the fact that I'm up here standing in front of the Supreme Court, recognizing that America is on stolen land, the supreme law of the land is a fallacy. These systems were founded upon genocide and enslavement. Mother Earth and all of her creations, from the five-fingered to the non-five-fingered beings, are experiencing the effects of white supremacy. Capitalism, imperialism, and individualism actively work against Indigenous core values. The U.S. stole land through treaties with sovereign governments, thus creating a federal trust responsibility with 576 tribes across this land. And in Article 6, it actually says that the treaties are the supreme law of the land. But not one has been honored since the creation of this country, America. And I spell that with 3 Ks. Through the federal trust responsibility, Indian Health Services is one of the compacts they made with federally recognized tribes. I use Indian Health Service, and oftentimes I get the runaround of what I actually have access to. In New Mexico, we have 12 Indian Health Service facilities. only 6 provide reproductive health care, and not even the full spectrum of health care. Abortion care is provided only in cases of rape or incest, and in the event the pregnancy is detrimental to the well-being of the mother and the fetus. The Hyde Amendment, that is why Indigenous people cannot access abortion care within Indian Health Services. First of all, don't even talk about genocide, fool. It is just one of many barriers, the Hyde Amendment, that Indigenous people face. Other barriers are finances, transportation, childcare, privacy, and security. At Indigenous Women Rising, one thing is for sure, we don't believe in borders or binaries. Healthcare is an inherent right for us all, no matter our situation. Once we take our first breath, spirit is honored. We come into reality. Yes, we should be protected. Our women, transgender, non-binary, and two-spirit relatives' lives shouldn't be missing and are murdered. From here to Palestine, people deserve to live their fullest and healthiest lives in dignity, safe from systems of oppression whose intent is to kill them and keep them in a cycle of sickness. This land, or the land, and all land across this world shouldn't be extracted because of its resources. In order for five-fingered beings and all of our non-five-fingered being relatives to survive, colonialism and capitalism must die. Don't talk to me about how abortion is white supremacy. After 500 years of colonialism and continued violence on other people who are not white or white passing, who are not heterosexual, or who do not identify as cisgender. How can y'all take pride in genocide and tell me what kind of healthcare access I should have? Might ask all of you today, especially all you white women and you cis heterosexual men and indigenous men and non-indigenous men. This isn't about you. This has never been about you, especially when you're on stolen land. Follow my leadership and the leadership of Black, Indigenous, trans, and non-binary people. As Dr. Abigail Elkohawk said, come to us because we have the answers, not because you think we have the problems.
Give it up for Co! Shout out to Indigenous Women Rising. So, did y'all have fun at this rally today? Did y'all have fun at this rally today? Yay! Hey! So, did you enjoy the speakers at this rally today? Yeah? So, I want to bring somebody up to the stage who made this rally possible. Please come up, Liz. This is Liz Welch. The only reason I agreed to do the rally in 2020 and the rally, this one here, is because of this woman. Because Liz is amazing and does amazing rallies. So please give it up for Liz!
You little brat.
Let me get the other one. So, okay, the other thing I'm going to do is because I'm MC, I'm going to take a minute of personal privilege for the last minute. So, try not to cry and do this. So my mom is here. This is my mom. I would not be here without her. So I started talking about my abortion 10 years ago. And when I first started talking about it, I was afraid that she wouldn't love me anymore. But when I told her that I wanted to, once that I'd had an abortion, that I wanted to talk about it, she said, Renee, I love you no matter what. And that's where everyone loves someone who's had an abortion came from, right? But I had been doing this work a couple of years, and I remember I was sitting on a bed, and I was writing a guide for people who wanted to share their abortion stories. And my mom was like, what are you doing? And so I told her that I was writing a guide to support all of us who want to share our abortion stories. And that's when she told me that she had an abortion and that she chose me and that my life, I am here because my mother was able to decide if, when, and how to have me and my brothers. Our fight is an intergenerational one. Everyone loves someone who's had an abortion. This is why we share our stories. And it wasn't until this case, when we sent our amicus brief to the Supreme Court, that my mother decided to say, fuck it. Well, actually, she didn't say fuck it because she doesn't cuss. I do. Some nicer version of that. And she was like, let's talk about it. So anyway, in front of all these people, Mom, I just want to tell you, thank you for making me the strong Black woman that I am. Thank you for teaching me everything I needed to know, that even though when I had my abortion, I didn't come to you, you taught me every single thing I needed to know to be able to do it for myself. Thank you for sharing your story. And thank you for choosing me. Everyone loves someone who's had an abortion. If you've had an abortion and you haven't shared your story with someone you love, please do, because this is actually why we do this work, right? If I had known, I probably would have been able to come to her, right? That is the power of this work. That is the power of our stories. This is why we testify. I hope y'all have an amazing day. Thank you for coming out to this rally. Go out, go forth, and liberate abortion! Go home, have fun. Liberate abortion. Love y'all.